Lights on and screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like, come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, yeah! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watching dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like, come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway.
What's up, witches? We're doing a late night tonight. Get signed into the Discord here, doing a late night tonight. Probably watching some stuff on YouTube while we play Path of Exile, but for now I'm just gonna play Path of Exile. So we just gonna dive right in. I'm just gonna dive right into it. I meant to get started earlier tonight, but well, Black Friday was a busy one. But it's okay, we're going to do some marathon streaming. Because we're probably going to go all night tonight. Into the day tomorrow. And then I'll nap during the day. Then we'll come back to it tomorrow evening. Yeah, big ass chili dog. Alright, let's dive into it. There we go. Wait, what was this? Oh, flash offering. That's right. I got an order now. I was redoing my skills a little bit. Okay. Oh, that's right. I got to go to the sewer. Now that I got that sewer key. Isn't it? Yeah, I gotta go through the slums to get there. And that one goes there, and that goes there. Okay. Yep, so we're going through the slums. Nope. It's upstairs. Get 'em, boys. Jesus. The fucking loot. Alright, what we got? Oh. Does it not reserve my mana? Reserved. Oh, the bar didn't change. Huh. Oh, there we go. Then it changed the bar. Yeah, because I don't need to hide the reservation. I want to show it. Okay. There we go. That's how I know that my thing is working. Army of weapons. Get 'em, boys. Where's that thing? Ah, I love the minion build in this game so much. Oh, it feels so good.
I need more mana.
That's right, stay off the tree, buddy. Not sure how that works, but there we go. There's the sewer. Oh, God, I hate these sewers. Hate the sewers. Alright. Pull up some stuff to watch, because I need to entertain myself while we farm. And I'll entertain you guys. Watch another smaller creator as a smaller creator. The Fall of Dr. Disrespect. Let's see what this guy's channel is all about.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You got one chance to wow me, kid. So, you know, wow me. There we go. Pop it right there. All right, kid. Wow me.
Dr. Disrespect's career is pretty much over. It's I believe
I don't think.
it's at its
I think you're
twilight, right? This is the last leg
misreading that
race
situation.
for Dr. Disrespect. Look at this right here. He has signed.
He's making full transition into lolcow,
This,
but I
of
wouldn't call
course,
his
comes
career
after
over.
Twitch got him out of there. Then he went to YouTube. Then these allegations came out, which he ultimately admitted to, and then YouTube, they demonetized him. And he went around looking for deals. I think he was trying to get one with Kick. He was trying to do this, trying to do that. And ultimately now he is going to sign, or he did already.
Okay, so he did get a
sign
deal.
with Rumble, where he is going to produce exclusive content for them. In addition, he is also going to get a percentage of the company, a stake. And ultimately, this is good for Rumble, because as a result of this, look at this right here. After the announcement, Rumble's stock skyrocketed.
Yeah.
13%, gaining $233 million in total market.
That's not the sign of a guy whose career is
This is
over, man.
ultimately a good move for Rumble. For Dr. Disrespect, on the other hand, listen, it's the only thing he can do. You know, this is it. His career on YouTube is over. He can't go back to Twitch.
He can still do
doesn't want to.
YouTube. He's just not monetized on it. He can't get the ad money.
You know, I think. Well, there's
You can
another one. I
absolutely
think
be a
there's
successful
party. I think
YouTube
it's
channel
called Party
without
Jack Dorothy.
getting
That's another one. They got him out
ad
of there
revenue.
everywhere. That's another place he can probably go to, but they, like, no one knows about it. You're probably the first one that knows about that streaming service, because I just said it. But Rumble, I mean, Rumble does have an audience.
Yes, it
right?
does.
Rumble is
He'll do fine there.
It's trying to be a competitor to YouTube. Their whole shtick is like, oh, we're all about free speech. We're not going to censor people. That type of thing. You know, I honestly don't really see the problem with YouTube. I don't think YouTube really is out here censoring people like that. But
They are.
At the very least, you know, this is something.
Your channel just isn't big enough to notice it yet.
I'm a fan of the doc. You know, I'm gonna hold you. I am a fan of his content. I'm not a fan of the allegations. I'm not with that whatsoever. I think that what Dr. Disrespect did, and let's not even focus on the age for a second here. Let's just talk about.
Oh God,
the
you're a Dr.
allegations.
Disrespect
And ultimately,
defender,
Dr. Disrespect
and you're
admitted
trying to
that
both sides of
there
this
were-
situation.
There are some truths.
Oh God.
And the truth is that he was chatting with an individual. Again,
The
let's not
truth
even
is
talk
that he
about
did the
age.
thing they said he
He
did
was
because he
chatting with an
admitted to the thing
individual,
that
and
they said he
sometimes
did. Yes.
The chats became inappropriate.
You're never going to get him to admit that
Speeches.
the chats weren't
This is a married
inappropriate,
man.
but
He's a married man with kids.
you're having sexual conversations with a
He
child.
should not
It's inappropriate.
be putting
Even
himself in a
inappropriate jokes,
situation
by definition,
where
inappropriate.
any type
Child.
of flirtation is even taking place. With
Are you even
another
talking to
person
the
other than his
child?
wife. Like that's not being a good man, you know. And what's really sad
He
about
is
this
really trying to
because
both sides this.
The reason why I like Dr. Disrespect to begin with was because he portrayed this character that was machismo, masculine. You know, it was a cartoon.
I bet you're an Andrew Tate
character
fan too, aren't you?
Of machismo and masculinity, right? I don't like to use the word toxic masculinity. That's not what it was. He was just a man.
It was
playing
toxic.
these games.
It was toxic.
In a community
Intentionally
full of
toxic.
these
That was the
children,
character.
pretty much. But in order to be a good man,
It
to be an
was
actual
funny.
man, you need to be in control of your emotions and control of your urges, and you need to put your family first. And you can't do things that puts your family at risk in any way, either from a physical standpoint, right, dangers and stuff like that, or security, financial security. Ultimately, his decisions His
Dude,
inability to be
he's
strong,
financially
to
secure for the next
not
80 years if he
succumb
doesn't
to
spend his money like a
physical
fucking
urges
moron.
by
You know how much
talking
money
to this
Dr.
other person.
Disrespect
I think
makes?
He's admitted to cheating on his wife before. Too.
Okay, you're an
I
idiot.
mean, these things have affected his family. I mean, think about it. Because of these,
You don't know what you're talking
because
about.
of this situation with this person. Again, I'm not even gonna go into the age of this other person. If it's a dude or a chick, I have.
Like you're trying to downplay the fact that it's a
But
fucking
because
kid.
of
It's a
that,
fucking kid.
Dr. Disrespect
This
was
kid.
removed from Twitch, where he was making millions of dollars. I mean, he had a deal with Twitch. He had a Gillette thing going on.
Yeah.
I mean, people.
He
were,
fucked
were
up.
playing his songs. You heard the Dr. Disrespect song on NBA games. He was at the 49er games. I mean, he was on top of the world, tippity top, right? And ultimately, because he was unable to be strong, have discipline, put his family first.
Oh god, you're one of
he
those
chose to
guys.
have these interactions.
Strength and
Ultimately,
discipline.
that's
I'm a
what led to him
man.
getting kicked
Yeah.
off Twitch, and ultimately, a couple years later, when he's on YouTube trying to rebuild,
You're the reason toxic
allegations
masculinity exists,
come
dude.
back to
Dudes
haunt
like
him.
you.
and he's taken off YouTube. So ultimately, the story here is, ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to be a man,
Is that
you're
he's going to
be
be
a good
fine.
man,
He's
right?
gonna.
It's not
Is that
about being
the story here?
toughest. It's not-
Is that he got away with it? That's the story. That he got to try and groom a minor. Yeah. He failed at grooming the minor. They were able to intercept him and stop him from actually grooming the minor. But did he get in any real trouble for it? Nah, not really. I mean, yeah, he's going to Rumble. He lost his monetization on YouTube. Honestly, that's not even really a punishment. There are plenty of channels of people who make... Will he make all of the money? I mean, he won't make as much money, but would he be okay? Sure. He could have just kept going on YouTube. All he had to do was never mention the monetization thing, and he would have been fine. Or mention it. Mention it to your audience and tell them, look, Matrix is out to get me. Play it up as part of the character and be like, I need your help, champs. Start a new Patreon. Start a merch store. Transition into another form of business. There are lots of creators who do that, who make their money somewhere else so that they don't have to worry about censorship on YouTube, so that they can remain uncensored on YouTube. They don't get the ad money, but they make their money somewhere else. Like that's all he had to do. He's the real takeaway here is that he is both a bad groomer because he got caught, and he's a bad businessman because he doesn't know how to run his business without the ad money that the overlords give him. Like he doesn't know how to be a business owner and how to transition. So he's just gonna go to where the easy money is. He's lazy. Lazy and horny. And also a piece of shit. I don't understand how you think. Well, he did admit he's a Doc fan. Jesus.
not about being, in control of other people, of your family, things like that. It's about being in control of yourself, having self-discipline. Try and be a good person.
Yep, he definitely
I'm not
doesn't
talking
have
about
that.
Being a good man, just trying to be a good person with principles that are worthy of
This guy's
our
bad
Lord's
takes.
glory. But anyway, you guys let me know what you think down in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe. Sensational.
All right, well, there went your one shot to wow me, kid. Not impressed. Not impressed. All right, what else we got? Max's honest thoughts on Mortal Kombat 1.
Let's talk about a couple more things, just to solidify where my stance is on MK1. I've obviously been playing MK1 off and on for ever since it came out, but I've gone through some pretty big gaps in between because the DLC characters weren't really, jiving for me. But as soon as Takeda came out, oh boy, this is amazing. Like, oh my god. And then other characters that have come out since then are really fun. I think Ghostface is amazing. So
Haven't played
several
Ghostface or any
elements
of the new stuff
MK1
yet.
didn't hit for me at the start in the roster, specifically in choosing a character. I just did not jive with any character in the game, and I was sort of waiting.
Yeah,
for
I was
that.
kind
But
of having
still,
the same
even
problem.
That being said,
I
played
do want to try
the game
Ghostface, though.
more in those first 3 months than I had played almost MK11 in its entirety, dude. Because it was kind of
Also
a fun
true.
game to play.
I'm
It
having
had
the same
It had
experience.
clearly some issues with like assist calling and the way it felt and input problems and all that stuff. But at least it was like something I even wanted to put my time into and enjoy myself, right? Outside of only checking out like DLC and not playing it at all outside of that. My dude, I've played like Steve and Kenny on their streams when they're streaming. I see them streaming MK. I'll jump on and play matches with them. I don't do that for a ton of games, man. I really don't. MK1 is one of those games that I'm like, yeah, I just want to play this right now. I just want to jam on some MK1, sure. That wasn't the case for Injustice 2. That wasn't the case for MK11.
Yeah.
At least for
Yeah,
me.
I felt the
so
same.
There's some gameplay stuff in the game that is pretty fun. However, it was always held down by, I'd argue, the worst feeling NRS game out there. A game with some cool ideas, but not.
Where's my fucking mouse pointer? There it is. Jesus. All right, talk to me.
What do we have here? Yet another of Oriev's cast-offs. With the problems we're facing here, I do wish they'd send someone with a little more utility. Alas, we have useless exiles blowing in like spores on the wind. Cassia, by the by. Pleasure. See this growth? Not on me, you... The fruiting... the...
Rolling my eyes at this dial.
mushroom? Strange, is it not? Wouldn't expect something of this scale in a place like this. Stands out like a sin during a sermon. Unfortunately, this is one of many, and they're all filled with an extremely toxic fluid. Quite dangerous to one's health, and no one is paying any attention. No one but I, of course.
I mean, they are in a sewer,
That's why
so.
I've attached this purification pump to the gleba. The spore mass.
I attached it to the gleba.
I plan to pump the toxic fluids from the mycelium, the rooty-looking parts, through the spore mass, robbing this growth of the fluids that allow it to thrive. Even if I can't find a use for it, at least it won't get into dangerous or clumsy hands. In response, the mycelium is going to react violently. This is where you enter. My Mother Superior used to tell us that God helps those who help each other. Well, I'm dubious of the sort of help you might provide, as it has not occurred to me that you are, for lack of a better term, drenched in viscera. Even so, I have some devices we can deploy to help protect my purification pump here. When you're ready, start the pump, then choose a place along the mycelium to deploy a device. Then get yourself ready. As I expect.
Not watching Max? Yeah. What's up, James? Yeah, I like Max. I like Max. Alright. Okay, she wants me to just do stuff with spores. Got it. Sounds like he's having the same experience with Mortal Kombat 1 that I was. We'll get his thoughts on it.
Great execution. The cameo system, I like the idea for it, and then eventually how you do it, not good. Do not like. It's gotten better, but not good, do not like. The only way I can really compare this to other games, I think I literally have to bring up MK11. So MK11, and I'll give you guys a visual example. We did this before. MK11 introduced the cameo system, right? Literally had, in some modes, the ability for you to call in other characters and for them to do exclusive moves. So it's like tied to the analog stick, the right analog stick, up, down, left, right would do different things. Bam, character comes in and does something. But there was no posing. There was no awkward, long animation that the characters effectively had to take in order to do it. MK1 was designed with different constraints.
Oh, it's like a tower defense game.
Clearly, we don't want that overall, right? You just don't want a whole game that is effectively poseless, what they called ambush cameos, the entire time. We don't want that. That game would be absolutely effed up. But I think the fact that the game at a core level, at an early design state, probably didn't get the time for them to figure out how they wanted to create a game that had assists and stuff like that is weird to me, because they feel so weird to use. They feel like worse versions of almost like MVC1 assists. And if I go back and think of MVC1, yeah, I love that game, but dude, if you could just call MVC1 assists willy-nilly and they have like a small recovery and you can bring them back, that game would be amazing. That game would be so much better. You wouldn't just be Colossus all the time, but it would be a significantly better game if you didn't have to do the pose and then call a character in.
Yeah,
Right
if
off
it
the
was
bat,
just a smoother
the
transition.
game is given a design constraint of like these really specific cameos and how you call them and what you do with them, and they get more interesting over time, like the Movados and stuff like that. They have to be in juggling or something.
Hold on, I can't hear him through all the. Okay, don't use the fucking electric one. There we go. Where the bad guys at? I'm hearing them, but I ain't seeing them. Okay. Jesus.
Success. And I couldn't have done it without God. I suppose you're of some help as well. Don't get a big head. Alas, this is but one of many impure growths. We have much work ahead of ourselves if we are to banish this blight from Rayclast. Since you performed adequately, I believe we should make our partnership ongoing. You'll know where to find me.
Yeah. Okay. I'll invite you to hide out.
Praise him.
Yeah, Max is one of those creators like you can take inspiration from. He did it on his own. And he just seems like a genuinely good guy who's avoided all kinds of controversy. Like he just seems like a genuine person. Like he seems like in his own little bubble, but in a good way. Because a lot of times creators, they get in a bubble or they get like audience captured, but he seems like a guy who's in his own little bubble in a good way. Like he seems unaffected by the stuff around him, like the stuff that tends to affect other content creators and the stuff that they have to worry about. Like he's built that audience and he just does his own thing, and it doesn't matter what goes on around him or what controversies go on with games or. Like most gaming content creators and stuff like that, like they gotta like follow a certain meta in order to keep their career, and he just sticks to his own thing. He's not following a particular meta or like following a crowd or trying to like jump from one thing to the next. It's just Max is Max. It's kind of like Angry Video Game Nerd. You know, like these are guys who they're some of the few content creators who can like survive as long as they have, and they don't really have to change their content much. Like their content like stands the test of time. Like Angry Video Game Nerd can still make new Angry Video Game Nerd videos to this day, still just playing classic retro games and still doing the whole Angry Video Game Nerd shtick, still doing that character, and people will still watch it even though it's been around forever. Not many channels can do that. Like they all have to change up their content eventually. Like, you can't just keep doing the same shit forever. Like, even PewDiePie, biggest YouTuber in the world, like, he doesn't just play Minecraft. Like, eventually he had to make the transition, and then he was doing meme reviews and Call of Duty shit, and then he transitioned and played less and less video games and did more commentary. And then he started bringing on comedians. Yeah, like, you have to keep evolving. But these guys, they evolve their content, but they still do their content. Like, they don't try to follow a meta. That's kind of what I want to do. But, you know, got to get people to notice me first. We'll get there. Takes time. Just got to keep grinding, you know?
The people's poet could hide his spoils from chitters, but not from us, eh? I knew you was the exile for the job.
Oh,
I'm sure you've been more than
found all his shit.
ready from Victario stockpiles, but he's a little extra.
Cool. Need to sell you some shit first. My reward. Yeah, I'm trying, man. It is a grind. Remember you when I get to the top? I'm gonna remember my regulars. when and if I ever get there. I don't know. I ain't even trying to get to the top. like we ain't even gonna say when you get to the top. I'm just trying to get to full-time status. That's all I want. I want to do full-time status because full-time status is me being able to quit my day job and just like if I could just make like 50K a year. Like I ain't even trying to hit like 6 figures and go all nuts like these other content creators. Like if I can just make like 50, 60K a year, just make a living wage, streaming 8 hours a day instead of working a fucking job for the man, I'd be happy with that, you know. If I can do what I love, keep a roof over my kid's head, food on the table, that's all I need. That's all I want. That's the guy who always comes in late. Yeah, I know. See, this is why I can't make it to the top, James. It's your fault. Guys like you come in late, who are not helping my dreams come true. Okay, I need you guys here supporting my content, and you show up in the last 10 minutes of the stream like, oh man, I missed it again. You know, you're like that guy who goes to the store and, oh, this was on sale? I missed the sale? Oh, I would have bought it. I'll just wait for the next sale. Well, while you're waiting for the next sale, that local business you're supposed to be supporting isn't making any money. And then there is no next sale. You waited too late. You destroyed the business, James. Okay? You destroyed the business. You didn't have to. Yeah, don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Be better. Be better. Alright. Max is inspirational though. Like I've been watching him for years. Like the beginning of his content was like more skit based stuff. He did get away from doing that, but I think that's more just because he has a family and life and other shit now. And my Friday was good. Friday was good. It's Black Friday. All right. Tell us, Max. Tell us more about Mortal Kombat 1.
thing. Cool idea, but really it's like, no, this is not it. Like you had it working in a correct way in Mortal Kombat 11. Like we had it in a way that felt good. And I really don't understand like why the whole game wasn't sort of designed around that and expanded. It felt like it was designed around this
I'll
and
agree.
then contracted. And we're just gonna make it
What makes
worse.
tag
right from the
tag
get-go,
games fun
you have a
is
game that
the
was
chaos of the tag
effectively
mechanic. If
to be this new, interesting, different
if the
thing
tag mechanic makes
that
it
is
so that
not
you
gonna make
can't just
casuals interested
like,
in your
go
game,
crazy.
It's only going to be effectively
They nerf
sort
it.
of for the super hardcore gameplay people, but even for the super hardcore gameplay people, you have a game that feels worse than MK11. So there's what my biggest criticism is. Like, you have a very fun game that could have been here. MK1 could have been a very fun game, but it was always held back by like all these things. And I'm not even talking about content, right? I'm talking from a general
Just
gameplay
gameplay
standpoint of, like,
mechanics,
how the
yeah.
game works. I am not even addressing the fact that yes, I jump into MK1 and there's a really fun character or a fun team, like with Cameo. Yeah, I want to go do this to some people. And then I relegate myself to playing MK1 online. And I'm reminded every single time.
oh yeah,
awful
the
it
online is bad.
And I don't just mean player behavior. I don't just
Connection-wise,
mean, like
yeah.
community thing.
The net code in
just
that game
mean
is unacceptable.
That is like icing on the cake of shittiness, where it's like, oh, now I gotta deal with this horrible matchmaking that lets me look at this menu. I'd argue NRS players or people that have been playing MK1 consistently and have played this shit since it came out. My dudes, you have seen
You guys
that
are soldiers.
open default stage menu thing where it says like connecting
Forever.
to matchmaking. Your ass has been looking at that for like a year. You have spent days of your life with that menu open looking for ranked matches and doing
He's right.
nothing else.
There's no lobby system.
Nothing. Hopefully you're making sandwiches and shit. The 2023-2024 version of Get Ready for the Next Battle, you're stuck there. And you just have to look at that shit. And you don't get to, there's no matchmaking during this. There's no matchmaking during that. You cannot train.
Yeah, you can't do stuff
any
in the
of that shit,
background.
dude. It's nuts. So I get in and I play a game where the matchmaking takes forever and I just want to play people. I spend the majority of my time, I swear to God, sitting at that goddamn menu and not playing people. And I'm like, this
Yeah.
is not the way fighting games
It's
work.
bad when you spend the
But
majority
this
of your
is-
time
it
not
has
playing the
always been
game,
something where
trying
it's
to
like,
play the
yeah,
game.
I love these characters. They are really fun. I'm working beyond the obvious control issues that the game sort of has that you got to acclimate to and get used to. I work beyond that because I'm really enjoying how the characters work and how the game effectively is. I like it. But even when I think of like, man, do I want to play Takeda in that? And it's like, oh, you know what? I do not. I just
Yeah,
wanna go back
it's
to the MK1
demoralizing. It makes you go,
relationship I had with
oh,
MK11.
I'm not in the mood for that. Yeah,
That was
and then
my
it makes you not play the
relationship with
game,
MK11.
even though you
I
were in
almost
the mood
never
to play the
played
game.
ranked.
You're not in the
I
mood to
played
put up with the
room
game's
matches
bullshit.
that allowed people to choose moves and stuff, because in the player matches you didn't have to choose the variations. You can just freely choose variations, which they
I'm not
eventually did
talking on
anyway.
Xbox,
I did that
dude.
for the entirety of the game.
Why are you
I
sending
was
me
like,
messages on
sick.
Xbox? I'm not
I'm just
talking
gonna
on
do that
Xbox.
instead, and I am not kidding you. You still
Come to my
cannot
stream and
do
talk
that
to me
in
if you want to talk to me.
I cannot open a lobby and just have people join it. Like, it is specifically by invite.
I'm not trying to
only.
type messages back and forth and have a
By,
conversation
like,
with a
accommodation.
controller
You have to
keyboard.
go find the person,
With an
get them,
on-screen
put them in.
keyboard.
There is so much like busy work I have to do, especially if, you know, all of our friends lists are full and shit. I have to effectively go, who wants to join? And I have to like look up their names and like add them. That wasn't that way before, dude. So there's no like traditional rooms. There's no way for you just to like, hey, I just want to fight my chat for a while. The same way I always play
Yep, you
MK11
can't just make a
online.
room,
Oh,
too.
I can't do that. And guess what happens? My desire to
play the
learn
game
and play that
goes,
character
exactly.
down and down and down. The investment I have to put in, you have to play so many
Yeah,
fucking
it's hurting
matches.
the
Like, I
game.
played for like a couple days straight and I got to like demigod.
Like
or
the
something
online
like that.
mode in
And I
a
was
fighting
like, do I wanna
game
keep
makes or
doing this?
breaks
It's
it.
like,
Like you
God, dude, I
you
don't know
need
if
to
I do.
build a community
I
around
don't
that
know if I
fighting
do.
mode.
That has
Like it
always
needs to
been
be
an
as
issue for me.
welcoming
I've
and
had that relationship
feature filled as
historically with other
possible,
fighting games,
or
like
your
back in the
fighting
day
game
with
dies.
Your, like Xrd, right? Just Xrd in general. Game ran like butt online overall before it got fixed. And like the ranked matchmaking was almost non-existent, and you had to like go into rooms and get people in those rooms. But even if I got people into like the lobby rooms, they wouldn't work. So it was like, well, shit, every single time I try to do this, there's some weird problem. And now I have to specifically get into a room and invite these people and yada, yada, yada. So there was always something in the way of me just like playing the game. If there's one thing I have to give credit for Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, I have spent so much time in those games hundreds of hours just in ranked. And the only reason I've been able to play that many hours in ranked is because I've just
Ranked
been
is
playing
fun.
people.
Yeah.
I haven't been doing other bullshit trying to find matches and shit.
You've been
I've just
playing the
finding
game.
matches. And when I'm not finding matches, I'm just practicing a combo. That goes by really quick. And then, I'm trying to finish a combo and I get a match. Oh man, I couldn't finish my combo. I got to get a match. So I'm not really thinking
Yeah.
about how frustrated I am about like all this other shit.
You don't realize how much
that
time
the
you've been
game
waiting
might
for
not
matchmaking
particularly
if
be
you have
good at,
something else
because
to
I'm just
do while
getting
you're
good at
waiting
the
for
game.
matchmaking. If you're
You know,
staring at
there's
a
very
clock,
little barrier in
you know, what's the
between
saying? A watch pot never
your,
boils.
your ability to like learn.
Same concept there.
And what is the thing you need to learn, people? You need to fight people, dude. You just need to fight a whole bunch of people and keep fighting them and find other people with better connections and stuff like that. That's just the way it is. It's designed in a way that makes sense for our current
Like I
year.
said, for a
Everything
while,
in MK1 is
especially
not
with the
that way
price of
online,
everything
dude. Everything's,
increasing
like,
and people
backwards.
being laid off.
Everything feels like we went back to something that was like the mid 2010s, and it clearly is. That
Yeah, I
way
probably
because
should do a counter.
They just didn't have the time to implement it in their new engine and all.
I'm
this
open to
stuff,
new
you
ideas
know?
for the stream,
Everything
of course.
regressed. So that's my thought process right now. That's clearly the things that like need to change. I could have several criticisms of like invasions and the gear and all that stuff, but it's all fluffy Barbie dress up bullshit. Like, I think it's neat. I don't mind it in a certain way. The core gameplay loop just needs to be interesting, and I need to
Also
be able
river
to
and
just fight
assassinate
people
him.
and have there not be that many obstacles in between. If I'm unlocking things and just doing stuff, yeah, that's awesome. Then great. The casual audience is going to love that. But for me personally, right, and I'm not going to speak for everybody because I know
Yeah,
that's gonna
Mortal
be a
Kombat's
huge
built for the
part of
casual
next
audience,
Mortal
though.
Kombat game.
He
Those
is
things
right.
aren't even important to me, dude. The most important thing to me was just getting cool characters that are cool, that are like either guest characters or returning characters, to do cool gameplay stuff, and I get to go online and do that cool gameplay stuff. There were several roadblocks that prevented me from even being able to do that.
Stop
so,
running.
Yes, they can improve all these other things, but when the core gameplay loop, in my opinion, is compromised, we have a big problem, dude. If it doesn't feel good, if there's like inherent issues with just the way it is, between either cameo usage in comparison to the previous game or whatnot, that's what I want to get changed. And I think the other thing I'll say, MK1 ended up feeling very samey. Everything sort of ended up happening in the exact same ways, just with different characters. If we're talking stories and things like that, or how characters look and how they play, many elements.
Yeah,
we
they
were
didn't do
expecting
much
to be
story-wise
wildly
with
different,
the
a
fresh
brand new
start
era,
that they
a
gave
brand
it. They
new
just
this, a brand
kind
new
of...
that. It was not.
By
That
the
was
end of
supposed
it,
to
they
be
had
like-
everybody
that was
back in
supposed to be the
status quo
appeal
with a
of the
new
game, but as you
look.
play
That was
game,
kind of
you
the only
realize
thing.
It's like, oh, it was kind of just the same thing.
Yeah.
Characters just look a little bit different, but it's kind of the
Yep.
same thing.
It was
We
just
didn't
that.
change eras of Mortal Kombat. Really, at
We
all.
thought-
We just brought back PS2 characters. MK1 kind
Yeah.
of goes down as like the Street Fighter V of the current era Mortal Kombat. But the difference between Street Fighter V is that that game was given ample time and resources and development to become something really good, to become actually a good fighting game by the time it hit its like third, fourth, and final season. The thing is, Street Fighter V also ended up becoming one of the better selling Capcom fighting games.
Yep,
over
it took time to get there.
because they made it way better. They made it actually an appealing product. And what I hate
Because
about
they had to
MK1
make a
now
comeback
is
from
that
that
if this stuff is
terrible
true,
launch.
And if we're like looking at a potential like end of days situation, it doesn't get that opportunity. Does not get that opportunity to sort of like make wild adjustments or fix gameplay stuff or make cameos more fun and more engaging to use. You know, it's
Yeah,
just- it's a
WB's not gonna
typical
give them
year
that
and a half
time.
Dev cycle, and we're moving on because business is business. You know, I think MK does deserve its chance. The only gripe
It
I
does,
have
but
is,
it's not
like,
gonna get
arguably
that
the best
time.
Mortal
He's right.
Kombat game, which is this
WB has
one,
already
is one of the
announced
least
that they're
interesting
like
games to
they've
play in
lost a
my
bunch of
personal
money this
opinion.
year. They
I'm
don't
just saying
have
this wasn't a fun
any more
game
money
for
to
me.
put
And
into
as much
this.
as I
It's
can
time to move
acknowledge
on.
How good it is and how high quality it is. The way it plays, I thought legit was unfun, and it just isn't a game that is fun for me at all. MK1's a more fun game for me, but this is like the ultimate MK game, dude. I just want that to exist with a game that I just end up gelling with. Is a hell of a lot of fun and also looks really good and has content that makes people happy, because the last time that happened, it was called Mortal Kombat X.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in trouble. He's right. What is this thing I have down here? Clear oil can be combined with other oils to enchant amulets. Okay. I'll put that in the stash then. boy! Ooh. Ugh. Oh boy. What else do I want? The slop situation is insane. Commentary aids.
You see, oh God, come in here, because I want to tell you something. You sound like this bitch when you were a kid. You sound like the same fucking guy. It's you. This is you, and I'm glad they're attacking you. I'm glad. It makes me laugh. Go promote Raid Saddle Legends, you bitch.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
He's gonna hop on. He'll be in here.
People only promote Raid Saddle Legends. They don't play the games. Now you're on the other end, fuckface.
He admitted to it though. He did admit.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what happened? Tom grew up and he had to pay for his own fucking shit. Yeah, I know. He used to hate women too. Now he thinks they're cool.
Oh yeah, no, we'll see how this goes.
Is he here?
Oh, we're making fun of Turkey Tom?
No, he's coming soon.
Oh no,
He'll come
that's
on.
great.
He said
That's
he'd hop on.
No,
But we could probably just keep going until he comes on.
Hey, what's up? I'm good. How are you?
You slept. I'm doing really good.
Oh, Turkey Tom getting
Those
roasted.
guys are enjoying your success.
I appreciate it. Yeah. You're right. I did used to hate these guys. I hated them so. I mean, I feel like the first like fucking 2 years of me existing was me hating these guys, and it wasn't even for like getting shit wrong. I was just like, your videos suck. I was just like, you're not putting in as much effort as me, which in my mind was like the end all be all. But I think that the conversation around this is
well, you were young.
retarded. I don't think there's anything
Literal
wrong
child
with
when you
making
started
low
YouTube.
effort content. I think, unironically, a lot of the conversation that is being had around like, oh, they put in, because like, you know, for these video essay guys, it's like they see someone put in like 5 hours in one day for a video, comes out, gets like, you know, 500,000 to 1 million views, and then they're spending, you know, more time on their, you know, video essay. It comes out, it gets like 100K. They're like, what the fuck? Like, you know, they don't put in any effort. They don't put in any effort. But I think a lot of that is like genuine jealousy and envy.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I hate
Yeah,
the
they're just salty.
I hate the argument.
Yeah, they are
that-
salty.
Yeah, I don't want to just say that. I don't like saying, you know, that's you're only doing it. It's kind of their argument. It's like you're only doing it for the views. You're only doing it for this.
That's why everyone's doing
Yeah,
it.
well, what the fuck is the point of YouTube? It's views.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the point?
Well, especially when you become
Just to get
professional.
views.
If you're an amateur, if this guy's an amateur, I mean, yeah, and yeah, the groundwork changed. That's what happened. I mean, things change. They change all the time. They're going to change again. You know, and then he.
I mean, the thing is, like, I don't really get this focus on, you know, quote unquote slop, especially when, like, ironically, I'd say a lot of the slop guys are probably better than the
Slop
majority of
content
videos.
has a place, man. People like slop.
They just are. They're more entertaining. They have better commentary. I would prefer to watch most quote unquote slop guys than like a Sunny B2 video.
I'll be a slop
here's the
guy.
thing about the slop, 'cause you have to give it a name to make it bad. I mean, that's just the demonization tactics. And I defy anybody to keep like.
I didn't think slop was
keep people
bad.
Engaged. There isn't. Maybe
Slop content's been a thing in media forever.
And, well, I don't know.
I think the fucking Kardashians are.
The elite talent. You know?
There are so many people doing video essays on YouTube right now. There's like 3 of them who are doing like streaming as a job, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not saying like streaming is like, you know, harder than a 9 to 5 or you know what it is.
No,
Not
no.
say it's like it's so socially draining. It's harder than like like that is not true. But like, you know, streaming is difficult. The first stream I ever did, right, on the Tom Dark channel, because I'm like kind of a streamer now guy, I guess.
Yeah.
First stream I did had like 1,000 viewers live because of the novelty. The second stream had like 100, and it
yeah.
was like that for months because you have to build up the audience. With like video essay channels, I'd say within like 1 month, if you're making good videos, you can go from being someone that nobody's watching to being somebody that like people tune into every week. If you make good videos and they all pop off in a month, you can do that. For streaming, it takes like months or years even usually to get anywhere. And like I'm only at the point now where I'm getting like, you know,
the
on
grind,
average,
baby.
like minimum like 2,000 people watching live, and that took like, you know,
You
almost 2
understand
years
how
to get
hard
there.
streaming is now.
And that's not to say streaming is the hardest thing in the world.
And now
It
you've
is,
got
like,
a
skill you have to get
bigger
better at. And
respect
holding people
for
there
this?
is really difficult.
Well, I'll say it's
That's
actually
why,
easier. It's definitely easier than making videos and cutting and fine tuning and doing the research. Certainly, it's certainly. But I mean, you know, it also.
I mean, it's easier
the raw,
labor-wise.
quote-unquote
It's harder
intellectual
to get
work,
viewers
yes,
doing it,
but
though.
the time investment is massive to get there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like you'll spend more time streaming than you probably would
You have to
editing
be, like,
videos.
always on.
But
And
it's less
also, I'll
quote
say,
unquote
I
work,
think the
I
real
guess.
conversation around like the slop
a
stuff.
different
that I
kind
think
of
should be
work.
focused on is I don't think there's necessarily anything inherently bad with making videos.
I think it
don't
builds a
care
better
about. People
community.
do it all
It's
the
just
time.
harder to
People who
build
make
that
video
community
essays
while
make
streaming
videos
than
about
it
shit they
is
don't give a
while
fuck about. It doesn't
making
really matter.
videos.
You're trying to get views and attention. Obviously, you're always going to have that calculation of like, do I care about this versus how much attention is it going to get? You know, every YouTuber does this. Every single person does this because it is a job at the end of the day. Like we're not all just posting videos to the
I don't
void.
remember
The
even
point is
starting
YouTube putting views on it. If you didn't want to get views, you'd put it in your fucking asshole or
send
something.
it to your
You'd
friends.
Slide a hard drive in your
Yeah,
ass.
you put it in your
The real
Google Drive.
problem is that I think sometimes when you're doing slop content, quote unquote, every single day, you are prone to spreading misinformation or getting things wrong, and that should be called out. If you're going to be like, oh, this is shit content, never watch it, fair enough. You know what?
Okay.
Fair enough.
If you don't
I
like
get
it, you don't like it,
There's
I guess.
yeah, like that's totally fine. Like, is it low effort? Yes. Is it like, you know, like is it like the most artistic thing in the world? No, not by any means. Like it's not even close. But I think the real problem and the focus should be on the fact that there are people who are, you know, slop creators who like just get shit wrong and get away with it because they don't think they'll get backlash for it, or they think they can just move on from it, or it'll just get buried in the sea of shit. Like if you get something wrong, you should you know, talk about it. You should be held accountable for that. Also, there was someone in chat, Dags, I think I know that guy.
Yeah.
He was talking about how if you don't care, it's embarrassing for you. I would actually argue that
Yeah, you have to like what you're doing. Like you can't
But go ahead.
I
just
think that, like,
stream
caring is cool, and
because
not
it builds a
caring
better
can also be
community
cool.
and not
Sometimes
enjoy
if you care,
streaming.
you
That's
care
going to come
too much,
through.
you
Like
can
you have to
invest in one
enjoy
outcome.
doing
Well,
this.
you really should be invested
And
in
if you
above
don't,
anything else. And
then
I've
people are
been
going to
there before.
notice.
I know how that is.
Just
What
like you
should be invested
can't
in is the
make
process
low effort
of
videos
research,
because you don't like
doing
video
right,
editing
of
and
making
expect to
entertaining
make a
product,
YouTube
and
audience
that-
just
like,
making
that's where your
videos where you're
investment
just sitting
should-
in front of a
your investment
camera.
should
It's
not
not.
necessarily, like,
It's not
coming down to one
2008.
side
Can't do
and
that
all stuff,
anymore. Like
'cause,
you got to
know,
put
like I
more
said, I
effort
would
in
argue
than
if
that.
you care too much, if you're
Yeah,
emotionally
be
invested,
biased.
you can fuck it all up. Ironically, if you care less, but you do care about your reputation and making sure that that's upheld, and you care about getting the story right, you're probably more prone to doing, you know, good content that's not going to be, you know, aging like some spoiled
Obviously, my
milk, you know?
content's not where I want it to be yet because I don't have an audience yet.
I
But
think if you make a comment like that,
Still
you're not
learning.
looking at this, like,
Still-
I mean, everybody has to do things they don't want
Learning
to do
as I
or
go.
not that interesting. That's just work to me. It just sounds like
Yeah.
a bunch of guys that don't work or don't know anything about it. So of course you got to.
yeah, they want to just turn on a camera and have an instant audience. That's not the way it works.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah.
Are you paying?
It's not the way it works.
Yeah, like
You
like
have
fucking,
now. You have an
I would say
obligation.
like 10
All right.
people. Yeah.
Okay. Now you have
Yeah.
an obligation.
Yeah,
If you're doing it as a job, yes, you have an
are
obligation now.
obligated to your
It's
employees
no
to
longer
get
just a
them
thing you're
fucking
doing for
paid.
fun
So
like
to
I
me,
am.
like,
Now it's a
listen, guys,
job.
Rags, you sound like a
And
bunch of
if I
children.
got to the
Tom
point where I was
has-
making that
he
much
has to-
money,
he has an
then yes,
obligation
I would
to-
treat it
there's certain
like a
things you
job.
can't say because everything it sucks because I'm sure there's things you can't say because I can't ruin my fucking own career and take those people with me because they're counting. They just sound like children. This is a child's outlook. This is like, I mean, I don't know what it compares to. You know, you sold out. The childish teenage my favorite band sold out. That's what it sounds like to me. A bunch of children.
Yeah, but to be clear, like if
Yeah.
people don't like the videos,
The
that's
bigger
totally
you
fine.
get,
If you
there's
wanna
always
shit
going
on
to be
it,
a
make
portion
fun
of your
it, I
audience
think
that are
that's
going to
totally
leave because you
fine.
got big.
That's
There were
that's
people
what I
who
do,
were,
you know?
ironically,
Yeah.
fans of
Yeah,
you
but
because you
they're
were
going to
small,
step. They wanna- they're
and
attempting
they
to
helped to
put
lead to your
emails or
success.
attempting
And then,
to be
ironically,
cool. And
they're the ones who will
yes,
get
at the
mad
end
at
of
your
the video,
success
that if we all
because
start
they
doing
liked you
together,
because you
then
were a small
somehow
YouTuber,
their
which means as
quality
soon as you become successful, they're
some
gone.
people fill the
So you
void
have to
and
not
come up with
focus on
another
them,
different
because
thing.
that's just going to
Well, it's
happen.
like do they think viewers are so retarded that they don't realize they're watching like low effort stuff? Like,
Yes.
They think
Yes.
an average person is so
Yes.
do they think that they're gonna
We
make
know
a video
we're
and
watching
your
low effort
conversation.
stuff.
people in the
Yes,
audience are
yes.
gonna be like,
You
oh,
know
People
the
know
answer.
they're watching
Watch
low
you
effort stuff. That's why
instead.
they're
You know
watching
the
it.
answer to this.
Again,
Listen,
this is why the
go back to the
Kardashians are
conversation
popular. This is
that
why
we're
reality
having.
TV was
Yeah,
popular.
fair enough.
Yeah.
People know
Yes,
it's low
that's what they
effort.
believe. I've seen this
There's very
much
little
on
production
TikTok.
value in
I've
reality
seen all
TV.
this
They just
happen.
literally
You know,
set up
I've watched
cameras,
you and
set
Amy
up,
become adults.
put a bunch
Yeah,
of people in
they're
a house and
different
record
looks
them.
like children do.
There's no
And
special
they're very
effects.
different goals and
You know, there's no
responsibilities and stuff.
script
Now you have
writing.
no
There's no
responsibilities,
plot.
full grown.
I mean,
It
it's probably a
sounds like these
little,
guys, if they are
but
over 20,
they
they're still living with their parents.
it's
I
very
mean,
little
they
effort
don't
compared to
have
like a
the outlook of
traditional
an
TV
adult.
show.
One funny thing I hear
But they
from
become
these
super
videos,
popular.
which
Like
is
they're always
totally,
successful.
this is probably the most insane
Almost
part to me,
always.
is there's this
It's easy
impression
content
that
to make
this-
from a
the quote-unquote
television
slop
perspective.
from like 2015 to like 17 was like better slop than the current slop. If you think that you have like such amazing
let's
roast-tinning
talk about this.
glasses,
Let's
like you
criticize-
must have not even been alive.
This guy wrote an essay and put a bunch of clips over it. That I could do that. That's not sophisticated at all. Some Nito transition.
Yeah.
There's nothing particularly sophisticated about this.
It's not
It takes
hard
more
to make
time,
video
and I don't know
essays.
how much
I've thought
research
about
it's
doing
it's
a few.
his opinion so far.
'Cause
The
there's
reason
stuff
it's
I
him,
wanna
like,
talk
but
about.
This is bad because
It's
I don't
just
like
boring
it.
to
All
do
right.
for me.
It's
I'd
totally
rather just
fine
do it
if you want us
live.
to make a video
I'd
commenting
rather
on the
do the
fact that
research
a lot of
process
people
live
just like
and
to
talk
listen
about
to
it
YouTube
live
drama
than
videos in the background and not really think about
would it have
like
better
that.
production
You know,
value
like,
if
go
I
make
do
a
it
video, talk about
offline.
that's fine. You know, I have a lot
If
of
I
people tell
just
me when I'm
do my
streaming or
research
clips, they're
for the
like,
thing
yeah,
I'm
but
interested
usually
in
look at
and
it,
want to
you
talk
just
about the
do
thing
all
I'm
the
interested in and
shit,
put
I
clips
tune
of
in
it
and
over
out.
top
And,
of it
like,
and
if
do like a
your
video.
criticism is, like, the
Yeah, it would have
viewers
better
aren't
production value.
engaged, like,
But
I guess that's whatever.
to
But at the
me,
end of the
sitting
day,
alone
the
in a
viewers
room
are
editing
watching it. They're gonna watch it. They
and
will
researching
always
it
watch it. They will always
isn't
watch
as fun
it.
as like
And,
talking
you know,
to
the
people
case
about
will
it while
always
I'm doing
be
it.
that if you want to be the guy,
I
who
would
runs
rather have the
YouTube like a
interaction.
business
That's
and
why I
make
stream in the
content that
first
people
place.
Watch every single
It's the
day,
closest thing I have to a
views,
social
if
life
you're
is
gonna
to,
be making the
you know,
quote-unquote
sad and
slot.
depressing
If
as
you
that
wanna
is.
be, you know, an artistic guy, there's a lot of merit in that, and that's totally fine. But you're gonna have to accept that, you know, I mean, like you said, right? Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
You know, had a lot of money. They made a lot of money. They made good music, but they made a lot of money. They were really popular, and they were quote unquote mainstream. Nobody gives a fuck about whatever the New Jersey hardcore bands were.
Exactly.
From, you know,
Name one.
Yeah.
Atlantic City and
Name one.
whatever.
Yeah, name one.
Yeah,
Nobody
you
remembers them. Some of those guys probably went on to other stuff. You know, there was a band called
Success will always be
and we all
criticized by
hated
those
it,
people who just
right, and they were
don't like when something goes
and,
mainstream.
they got big. Guess what they did? They came from rich parents. Their parents.
They're
put
called
a lot of money
hipsters.
into it. They covered.
They don't like things because they're popular, even though them liking them helped leading to it be popular. Like they liked it when it wasn't popular, and because they liked it, it became popular. And now that it's popular, they don't like it anymore. It's just hipsters are the fucking worst for that fucking reason. You're the thing that contributed to its success, and now you're mad that it's successful. You're the reason. Okay, I fucking hate hipsters.
I think one thing that maybe some wisdom I can impart to some people, or because I mean, like
We don't want to do what the mainstream does. Yeah, you made hating on a thing
is,
mainstream.
nobody
That's
is
what you
gonna
guys are.
pat you on the
I'm not
back
calling you
for
hipsters
not
anymore.
doing
You're
the content
haters
that
because
works. You're not gonna get a congratulations. You're not gonna get
you like
rewards
things
for
that
it.
no one
Nobody's
else
gonna be
likes, and as soon as they
"Man,
like them,
I
it
remember
becomes
that slot
trendy for you
video
to hate
of
on them, and then you just
criticizing
do that
slot guys
instead.
and shitting
Yeah.
on them, and man, I should have been watching.
Then you
Like,
find a new
nobody's-
thing to
nobody's
blow
gonna
up so you
remember
can
that.
hate on that
Nobody gives a fuck.
next.
There's content people want to watch.
You're hate
there's content
groomers.
people don't
That's
want.
gonna be my new
If you
term
want to
for
make
it.
a
Hate
really
groomers.
artistic thing on YouTube, I think that's totally cool. Being an artist is great. There is merit
Well,
in
you
that.
still make
but-
old Turkey Tom videos. I don't see why you're like.
Yeah, he
the
still
main
does the
target
old
in
stuff.
Video. You still make Turkey Tom videos on your main channel.
Am I the main target? I honestly didn't really watch it.
Yeah, you really are. I got that feeling. I got
Well,
that feeling
that's
you're the main
fine.
target.
I don't know. I think I know that guy Terror. He seems like a nice dude. But I mean, if he wants to, if he doesn't like,
Terror.
I mean, if he doesn't like the slop, that's totally fine.
You
Like,
tie.
you know,
See,
his
the thing is,
prerogative.
I already find.
He almost said he can come on and talk to me, and then he was like, "Nah, I don't want to platform the guy." Yeah, you could see him come to the decision in real time right there.
Who's that?
Hey,
Nick.
wait, I don't mean to super interrupt your point, but I wanted to make sure you don't make the same mistake Chud did.
Yeah.
Chud challenged this kid to a debate and like screamed at him.
Why would I do
And it
that?
turned out no. I'm just saying because you might not know. It turns out this is like a 17-year-old kid.
Fuck him.
I'm just saying like he's just in
Yeah,
high
I know.
school.
Fuck him.
Don't do
And I
that.
tell you, what did I?
Yeah, you don't wanna be
What did I
yelling
say
at a
to
high
Turkey
school
Tom
kid.
when he got into it with Bunty King? I said I'm sick and tired of these kids using their shit as a shield. You're on this fucking platform.
I
Like,
kind of
this is
agree with
really
Tommy,
cool.
though,
Nobody
yeah.
under 16 can do it anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not trying
you
to
can't
shoot
hide
down
behind
for
your
criticism
age and
or
be like,
anything.
"I'm just a
saying
kid."
went
Yeah,
crazy
well,
and felt kinda bad
you made
afterwards.
adult decisions, kid.
I'm a sociopath.
Now there's adult
And
consequences.
I don't fucking care. Welcome. He's got 400,000
Tommy's right.
subs. He can
Fuck
take a
those kids.
50,000 sub
No,
guy.
but Chud went super British mode. He's like, "Hey, did you get you make these fucking videos? Why don't you get here and talk about it, you little pussy? Why don't you get here and have this fucking chat with me right now?" And he's like, "Dude, I saw it,
Based.
and it looks like he's in high school." He's like, "Ah,
probably
whoa,
is.
whoa,
I don't
what
give a
was-
fuck.
So wait a minute. So wait a minute. I was right about this kid having a childless outlook on life because he is a
Yes.
child.
Yeah, he's literally.
Yes.
All right, but
You called it
here's the
correctly.
thing. You know, I remember when No Fucker.
It wasn't
had
a
that
hard
problem
read.
With Lieutenant Corbus, who was saying horrible things about his girlfriend and stuff like that. And I remember I spoke to him in DMs, and I said, like, "What are you gonna do about it? I mean, this is really fucking. I wouldn't tolerate this shit." And he's like, "I can't do anything about it. She's a fucking kid." So I'm just gonna.
Who
you know,
cares?
I'm gonna-
Fuck that
I
kid.
don't know if
She's-
that was the right move or not. But
she's
at
entered-
some point, I think it was with Tom, and although Tom didn't act like a bitch.
She's
and it
entered
was with,
an arena
Bunty
with
King
adults
when
and
he
wants
said,
to
remember
play
that
with the
thing?
big
He's like,
kids.
"Hey, Tom,
Now she can
why
suffer
don't
the
you
same
quit?"
consequences.
Which is one of my favorite
Yeah.
fucking Bunty King videos.
She doesn't get to hide behind being a
At the
kid.
time,
Bunty's
I believe-
last base moment.
That's a
until
good
he
life
takes
lesson
his
for them to
life,
learn
which he did,
early.
By the way, I hear he's like
Yeah,
married.
he's
and
doing good. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
I'm glad his father.
Just like the women who never learned
Dude,
that,
he's the
like,
first guy
being a
with a
woman
gene who
doesn't
came
give you a
to
free
life.
pass to abuse men, and then they end up hitting their boyfriends and getting arrested. Or yeah, like,
and I don't know how much. I mean, obviously, like Corbus is a 12-year-old.
if you let her get away with it, it only gets worse.
I feel like he has entered the arena. So let's go.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna make a joke. Thanks for the warning.
That's right.
I
You
guess.
step foot into the
Dude,
arena,
Chud-
kid.
Chud felt kind of beat up, so I wanted to make sure you had that going in.
I don't give a fiddler's fuck anymore. The kid thing.
I mean, when Tom was his age, he was was like a white nationalist.
Me and Aiden.
You and Aiden were white nationalists on the kill stream debating.
When I was 9 years old, I was a January 6th.
No, that was Flamenco. No, what was Flamenco at? They found like some guy who looked like him at one of those.
Flamenco was he was in the 7th grade when I was in the 1st grade, but we were both a January 6th, and we're both proud of our work there.
I'm glad you're getting a pardon. You know.
Proud of January 6th.
There's actually a video of me, if you look at the footage, inside of the Capitol building. If you look at the frame of Baked Alaska using Nancy Pelosi's phone, in the bottom right-hand corner, I'm actually calling Tommy C about the Keemstar drama during January 6th. Little known fact, check it out.
Dude, I don't know if this guy, the terror guy, likes me, but I don't take a dig, I don't think, for the entire duration of
I
this
know why you
video.
don't take it. I was going to bring that. I'm glad you brought that up because I actually wrote that down. I know he isn't digging you. He's afraid of you.
I don't think he's afraid of me.
He is.
He
is.
Dude, he makes a positive comment about Zaptai and never mentions me, despite the fact that I have all the same problems as Chud
Yeah.
in this video.
Not to be, you know, offensive, quote unquote, but if you're
I think
like,
he likes me.
if you're going after somebody who's
I
like,
think he's scared of me.
you know,
I think
the
Tommy called it
benefactor
right
of the
again.
slop economy, you probably would go after somebody who's getting like 500k views per video rather than.
Oh, Tom saying you're not big
Oh,
enough,
he goes
Nick.
really hard on Chud.
Yeah, he goes
He
really
does?
hard on Chud.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chud's
okay.
No, he goes insanely hard on Chud.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, how did I dodge that? Yeah, he goes
I
on
know.
you, and then he goes on Chud, and he leaves me alone
I
and
hate to
compliments
blo-
Zaptai.
I hate to blow smoke up your ass. That was probably by design, and you are more. You're more influential
he's scared of me.
than other. Like I am what you are now. I was what you are now. You're more influential. Your sub count doesn't mean shit. These people piss their pants when they see.
Yeah,
it
of course it doesn't mean
Yeah,
shit.
it's about
Somebody just
influence,
bought me
not-
40,000 subs. I'm about to get my play button.
Congrats on 100k.
Congratulations.
Subs have never felt less than they do right now to
Right,
me.
man,
It's like
that sucks. It's a
yeah.
lousy
It
thing.
literally. I just passed my main channel. I've done nothing to earn it, despite making probably a career year.
'Cause
in
subs
terms of
don't mean
regular growth.
anything
I have
anymore.
to actually work on main stuff.
Especially
And I
now
don't
that
mean as,
bots
like,
are a
joke.
thing.
I
He's
talked to my
absolutely
tax
correct.
person, and if I go back to my tax person with higher numbers than expected, I have to pay the tax person again. So I have to like work on a creative project this month. This has been a successful year. I'm gonna stick to the positives. It's a good problem to have.
Fair
I'm not gonna
enough.
complain
yeah,
at
no,
all.
It's a good thing. I don't know.
You know what I mean? Because this is like this year for me on both channels has been like
Amazing. It's
awesome.
been amazing. It's been
Fans
one
have
of the
been
best years.
fantastic. We've rebuilt the streaming network
Sure.
with a higher ceiling now. So when Augie came back, he came back to more viewers than he left from.
Wow.
It's been we have new fans watching all these streams between you and me because you brought over a lot of people from LolCow.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a whole new audience. We've created so much more room for all of us to fucking slither in the slop, dude. We brought in so many more viewers to just farm
Yeah.
money like this fucking terror guy wants to shit on us for.
Yeah. Like, see, I
Yeah,
did get
they're
the
jealous.
videos, like,
It's
you're not
it's
slop
it's
because I
just
like your
envy.
takes,
It's
and
just
you are
hate.
slop because
That's where these videos are
you're
coming
not
from,
slop
guys.
because I like your takes, and you're not slop because I don't like you are slop because I don't like your takes. I did.
Are
get
you
that vibe.
conceding though to my 2024 is better than 2016
no,
narrative
no,
yet?
No, because it was one of the best times of my life.
This was also one of the best times of your
Yeah,
life.
you made more money than me.
LolCow ran more than Baited.
And if I'd have made fucking 10 grand a month,
Didn't you make
times,
more money from LolCow than Baited because you didn't get your last paycheck?
Yeah,
Wasn't
I
this
did,
more
I did.
lucrative?
I
This
made
was
more
more
money.
lucrative for you.
Yeah, but
This drama's
It
been
wasn't
more
as
lucrative
fun,
for
though.
everybody. All this money that's coming in because there's so many. Every week, a huge YouTuber is a
He got treated
pedophile,
like shit
Tommy,
on
or a
LolCow
rapist.
Live, though.
Or actually, for the first time in like 5 years,
that, though.
some of them are just stupid. You know, some of them are just dumb. Dude, like the Just a Robot guy. That guy's not a pedo. He's just creepy, and it's funny.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool. Dude, 2016 capstone Trump getting elected, which led to like the next 4 years of carnage.
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah.
Ends with Trump getting elected, which is going to lead to the next 4 years of
Years of
carnage.
We're repeating history.
This is like when the
Groundhog
Rangers
Day.
go, like when they start going to the finals,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Dude, this happened like in '94. This happened like in '94. This
We're
happened
doing
like
it
in
again."
94, But we're having that version of it in YouTube drama right now. It's like, this is like 2016.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like 2016.
Yeah.
Like this
Yeah.
might be the year we all
We're
go
back,
to the finals,
baby.
you know?
Rangers swept the first round like in '94. I used to do that.
I'm telling you, there's going to be retrospectives about 2024 for the
Yep,
next
there
5
are.
years.
You think
There
so?
are.
Gonna be,
I think it
give
was
it a year or two.
it-
People are going to be
Not
talking
just
about
'cause
this
of
year
Trump
for a
either.
really
One of the
long
biggest
time.
years. It
Just
definitely
'cause
was one
it's-
of the biggest
yeah.
years. But it was something.
Just-
and maybe it's rose.
It was the year people got
jumped
tired
in
of cancel
2017.
culture.
There was something a little more pure back then. It was before 2019. It was before the pedo stuff. And I still don't like
And
that. stuff.
edginess
So it
came
was less-
back,
this
baby.
year-
The part is,
this was last
this
year.
year,
Yeah.
this year had every story, and you didn't even have to listen to a British guy talk if you didn't want to.
Chud. Chud's like my favorite now. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I
also-
watch like at least 10 hours of him a week.
What do you think? What do you think? Like saying Chud's like just slop. I mean, who can?
Yeah,
hold
Chud
it?
is
Who can
slop.
hold
But
any
Chud is
hours?
slop.
No, but
I wanna
Chud
be
is
slop.
literally-
Isn't slop.
I
but,
don't think he's
like,
sloppy
If you look at it,
at
that's
all.
by design.
Oh yeah, I get
He
what
hands
he's
it to
pushing out.
DK. He makes the most inflammatory thumbnail. He puts up like hour-long stream segments.
Oh, yeah,
What I
it's-
post
it's-
is slop. Yeah, what he
Yeah,
posts is
it's-
slop. Yeah,
it's very
The idea is to post a
intentionally
piece
slop.
of content every single
Because
day
people
to
like
keep
slop,
your
man.
sub box full and people coming back. And to do that, you're going to be cutting an hour, like a 4-hour stream into like 3 different segments and stuff. And that's not high-effort content.
No,
it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. All right.
But like, there's 2 types of slop, and I want to point this out before I go. There's the slop that hurts people and the slop that doesn't. When people don't fucking care and they make content where they are actively working at the detriment of other people. This is sometimes people like Pegasus, people like Cheeto. That is infinitely worse, quote unquote, slop than just like Chud Logic making money. Because Chud Logic making money that you don't like him having is your personal problem. People misrepresenting a story because they don't care and they just want
that's
a paycheck
different.
is everyone's
That's
problem.
No, it's
So,
not.
yeah.
No, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. I don't see Chud.
So I will,
Chud's super careful too. And you know,
Yep.
for him to suggest that he's not talented when he can hold that many people that long, like no radio personality could, that I grew up that respecting could do what Chud does. So I have the utmost respect for him.
Yeah, they're not wrong. I watch that stuff to learn more about the craft, you know. I want to be able to do what Chud does. I'm not hating on Chud. I want to do what Chud does. I want to turn on the camera and keep people's attention. Keep thousands of people's attention for, 6 to 8 hours. And then get a whole separate group of people's attention in the videos I cut from that video and rinse and repeat that process every day. And then only have that process become more streamlined and the content get better as time goes on, because I'm learning as I go and the production value is going to go up as I make more money. And fuck. Oh, it had a whole cookie in the straw. I was like, why ain't the straw working? And a milkshake. Good ass milkshake. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't expect them all to spawn right on top of me. Okay, there we go. Alright. Let's see. I didn't mean to pick up whatever that was. Let's turn all these weapons into minions. And continue on our journey. Look at that! Look at all these floating weapon minions. And with all those out, we just burned through everything. Jesus Christ. Oh. The hell, where did that shit come from?
Too much clutter.
I knew it because I picked up something terrible. Was it this one? Yeah, that's the thing I didn't mean to pick up. Too much clutter. Alright, maybe I will. I'll leave it there. Alright, well, I guess we'll go back to town. Let's find some more slop for our content farm while we grind. Speaking of Turkey Tom video, we'll watch one of those right now. Streamer who threatened a minor.
From faking his death multiple times, to dating an OnlyFans girl despite making fun of them, to threatening to do something unspeakable to a minor, Neon has proven himself to be willing to do anything for clout, even if
Anything
he puts
for
his own life
views,
at
baby.
risk, or pretends to anyway. Neon started his online career when he was just 12 years old, with the oldest remaining video on his
That's
channel
too
being
young.
an NBA 2K gameplay video from 2016. His early content didn't get much traction, as he only managed to get a little under 200 subs by June of 2017. There are a lot of reasons behind this.
I know the grind, man.
Oversaturation of 2K gameplay by bigger creators, the dwindling popularity
gotta evolve
of the
that
game
content.
itself, and the quality of his content. Regardless of these obstacles, he continued to put effort into his channel, eventually adding a face cam to his videos as uploads became more frequent. After
There you go,
2K18
you're
came
getting
out
there.
to mixed reactions, Neon decided it was time to change his content for different games. It was only when he started
Yep.
playing Fortnite
That's
that
why
he saw
you
a
can't,
notable spike in views
like,
and
lock
got to
yourself into a
2,000
game.
subs. This
I'll
got a
make
lot
my
more
stream
eyes of
about
his
me,
2K content,
not
which Neon
the
started
game.
heavily clickbaiting by claiming to be the son of Ronnie 2K, the game's media
Oh,
manager.
alright,
This
so he's
worked
just
not
gonna
only because they
lie.
were both Indian, but also due to
That's like
2K's
the
player
oldest
base having
kid
a bit
lie
of
in
a
the book
love-hate
too. My
relationship
uncle
with the
works
man
in
himself.
Nintendo.
Eventually, though, the real Ronnie 2K caught wind of this and cleared up the rumors, saying he had no children and didn't know who Neon was. It must hurt to be disowned by your own father over Twitter.
Womp
Regardless,
womp.
Ronnie's tweet had an adverse effect, bringing even more attention to Neon's videos. By late 2019, Neon was streaming on
Yep.
Twitch and averaging thousands of views per video.
Who the hell is
After he got
Mike?
The most he could out of his 2K gameplays and Squeaker Rage compilations, he decided to abandon the game altogether and focus exclusively on making Fortnite videos. He had already learned how to effectively get people's attention from his time claiming to be Ronnie's son, so his channel started blowing up with other videos like "My cousin made me get
Shit.
surgery after stream sniping me," "I got arrested," and "Cops break into my house live on stream." Of course, these were heavily played up and not exactly.
My name's not Mike. Wait, who the fuck do you think I am? Wait, where did you get that from? You are Mike now. Look, I don't care what you call me as long as you're hitting the donate button and you pay me. You call me whatever the fuck you want. You can call me Mike, it's fine. You can call me Mike, you can call me Ike. Whatever you want. As long as I'm getting paid. I want what everyone on the internet wants. Views and attention and, you know, money. If I could get the money without getting views and attention, I'd just skip straight to the money part, honestly. What's going on, man? Welcome back to Mike's stream. Wait, you can't call me Mike yet. You haven't paid me yet. Hit the sub button, then you can call me Mike. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Getting in over my head here. Not paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay. Let's get the setup going. So we can just melt everything over here. There we go. Get my totem out. Get my summons out. My stuff out. Cleaned up the house. You didn't spend your Black Friday standing in line in front of some department store waiting to get trampled by people so you can buy some off-brand Chinese television from Walmart for a ridiculously low price you think you got a deal on, and then in a month it'll be that price on Amazon anyway when they finally lose their exclusivity deal with Walmart and the sale's over? No? We didn't do that? I didn't do any Black Friday shopping either, don't feel bad. I stopped doing that shit a long time ago. Yes, Walmart. It's definitely a thing in Europe. Well, how the fuck am I supposed to know you're in Europe? It's not like fucking Twitch tells me where you're from, man. I just assume you're from America because the majority of the people that watch me are, you know, from America. People in the UK tend to not like Americans, so I don't expect them to watch my stream. I don't know why y'all don't like us. Whatever do to you? Captain Fairgraves? Oh yeah, you're the guy I killed.
Yes, I did try to kill you. Inexcusable. I allowed pragmatism to overcome honor in a moment of desperation.
And got your ass whooped.
What do you say? Can the two of us make a fresh start? Marvelous. Now, as you clearly noticed, the All Flame has given me another respite from oblivion. Alas, it's a part business only. I am neither man nor spirit, living nor dead. A state that comes with some
I'm gonna need a fucking spoon for this milkshake. Got big chunks of cookies and cream in it. Keep getting stuck in the straw.
acquainted, but to put no finer point on it, I need your help.
Of course you do. Welcome to Raycless Death Witch, land of 1,000 problems only you can solve.
I may bestow upon you with a click of my translucent fingers. All you need do is furnish me with a crystal decanter and a juicy piece of fruit. Two humble items that remain agonizingly out of reach. Will you look at that?
Look at that, I got one already.
Decanter spiritus. As exquisite today as when I found
Oh, did I finish what I needed to finish? No, I'm still looking for stuff? Okay. And what's this thing I got? Ribbon spool. That's for something else. Put that over there. Alright. Alright, back to it. Tell me more about Neon. This fucking degenerate.
Exactly real. But then again, Neon was making videos for little kids who didn't really care at all. They were being clickbaited into watching them, so it didn't matter. One of the best videos of this was a video titled, "You Guys Will Not Be Seeing Neon Anymore," in which he announces he's running away from home because his parents took away his PlayStation and were planning to send him to a mental hospital after he punched a hole
This
in
is
a
why you
wall
have to
during one of his
supervise your
Fortnite
kids online
rages.
more, or they'll turn into this little
I
degenerate.
punched a hole in my wall, and you know my parents weren't having it, bro.
You don't look
I
big
punched
enough to
in
punch
my
a hole
wall,
in
and
nothing.
My parents were not having it, so they said, yo, you know what? They took my PS4, they unplugged my PS4, and they said, you know what? I'm sending you to a mental hospital.
This may sound like a really dumb thing to do, but this video currently sits at nearly 3 million views, so it definitely worked. And it was so successful, he turned it into a whole series where each entry was an update into his real life. His next uploads covered him breaking into his neighbor's house to make a Fortnite video, getting caught and arrested, and his time in jail before he was bailed out. After getting 4 million views over 4 uploads of him playing out these little stories, it was very clear what the path moving forward was. The more outrageous and obviously fake the video was, the better it performed. Soon after, he made an upload titled, "I'm Sorry,"
Bad behavior
in which
was
he announced he
rewarded,
getting
and
deported
this-
to his home country. In the follow-up, he actually
The difference
reported
is when a
himself
kid
on an
is rewarded
airplane
for this
supposedly
bad
headed for
behavior.
Pakistan. Obviously,
Yeah, the difference is when a kid is rewarded for this bad behavior online as opposed to when an adult does it. An adult knows they're acting and they're just doing it for the camera. They can turn the act off after it's over, and the bad behavior is rewarded with money, which they then, use for bills, and they treat it like acting. Like, oh, okay, well, this is, if I act like this, then I'll get paid, and then I can go back to being normal after I turn the camera off. When that bad behavior is rewarded for a child, it's not an act, it just becomes who they are. It becomes part of their personality because they don't know the difference yet. Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, this didn't prove he was being deported, but it did add a layer of reality to the storyline that kept his fans very engaged. Eventually, he returned to the United States, at which point he came up with a new storyline. And him pushing the line with this story is where his first major controversy came from. In 2019, a video was uploaded titled "Neon is Dying," featuring a poorly photoshopped image of him in a hospital. In it, blurbs of text popped up on screen that supposedly came from his brother, attesting to his critical condition and having multiple seizures every day. The same day
Surprised
this
the kid
was
didn't
uploaded,
fake
he promoted
cancer.
his second channel, where he had just uploaded a new video. A bit later, his death was announced, and of course, the reveal that he was alive came right after. Anyone with a pulse already knew what was going on at this point, and the viewers either didn't care because
kids
his
don't.
content entertained them,
Yeah,
or they
kids
never
don't
even
know.
watched him in the first place because they weren't 10 years old. While no one really cared that he was lying to get views, given how obviously clickbaity the videos were, people did take some offense to him pretending he was sick or about to die. At the time, there were a lot of reaction videos and Reddit posts lambasting
people
him
tend
for
to not
faking
like
his
that
death.
shit.
And while it was the first time he got a significant amount of backlash, it was far from the last. Because within 2 days of the WHO officially declaring the pandemic in March of 2020, Neon uploaded a video titled "Meeting a Man with Coronavirus." I gotta give it to the guy on the call. He gave the performance of a lifetime here.
Why is your mic so trash, bro? They got you using such a trash mic in that hospital, bro. Why is the mic?
They give me the trash mic on the hospital right now. I'm on the bed. They did what now?
Oh my god.
As
Oh
it turns
my
out, this person
god.
talking to Neon was a fellow YouTuber named AKA SeekBot, who frequently live streamed streamed with Neon during this time. Seeing how the negative reaction to faking his death had boosted his popularity, Neon started shamelessly rage baiting for attention. And
See?
the most interesting part is that
Bad
it continued
behaviors
to
are what
work
was more
despite
bad
how little
behavior.
he tried to hide it. Partly, this is also because of how genuinely annoying he comes off in every video he posts. Like he's purposely playing a stereotypically obnoxious Gen Alpha kid that no one can really resist hating on. Eventually, he did take down the pandemic-related videos and attempted an apology, although I doubt it was due to actual remorse. More likely, he was trying to get people to calm down so he could set up his next stunt. A few months later, Neon's Twitch streams were getting a lot of traction, averaging thousands of viewers every stream. He managed to keep it up till the end of the year, at which point he mysteriously stopped posting for unknown reasons. But he would make a major comeback in June of 2023 and immediately set the tone for the kind of online presence he was aiming for.
I want a black haircut. Like, what's like a good haircut, bro?
Oh,
Typical,
he's,
like,
yeah,
rat,
professional
grumpy
rage
haircut.
baiter. What he's going for. Don't get fucked up in here.
It's a fake chains on, bro.
This time, he was not going to lean on gaming videos for content. Instead, he took up IRL streaming, where he was a general nuisance to random people on the street. One
IRL
thing
streamers
he
are
had
the
from
fucking
old
worst,
gaming
man.
days that really came in handy for promoting his comeback was his friendship with the infamous streamer Aiden Ross. Because of the momentum he accumulated with this
That's
comeback
how you
and
became
potentially
popular.
some direct intervention from the platforms he
That's
was on,
what happened.
Neon was
It was
catapulted
Aiden
into
Ross.
insane amounts of popularity. He went on Aiden's stream all the time.
Of course
Aiden
Aiden likes this
spoke
kid.
directly to
Of course
Aiden's
Aiden
hate.
likes this kid.
You know who the f I am?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
You're telling me a girl's your bald ass over me.
Is that SpongeBob on your T-shirt?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Why am I talking to these children?
I gotta take my phone.
You gotta
Okay, you take your inhaler, G. That'll turn the girls on.
The gimmick was pretty simple. He acted arrogant,
It
and
worked.
insulted others while looking ridiculous to purposely set himself up for a comeback. But as simple as this strategy was, it was very effective. The only problem is that
Yeah.
he never turned off the character. Over the next few months, he
Yep,
continued
you can't get
streaming,
stuck
and his
in
followers
character.
slowly realized that whether it was a character or not, he was just behaving like this full time. And in early August,
Yep.
he got his first meaningful
And if you don't
backlash.
turn it
His
off,
video was
it's
posted
no
of Neon
longer
getting
a
jumped
character.
and robbed. I can't show it here, unfortunately. Thanks, YouTube. In the video itself, we see a few perpetrators wearing masks, threatening and humiliating Neon, and stealing his belongings. The ridicule he got from this clip pushed him to announce his retirement from streaming.
This past week has been the worst week of my life. I don't know what happened. I don't know what I did to deserve any of
I can
this,
tell you what
but it's
happened.
been
But
terrible.
you know what happened.
I am a disgrace to my community. I'm a disgrace to my race. I'm a disgrace to my religion. I'm a disgrace. I'm a fucking joke. I'm a joke. I'm a damn joke.
I know you're acting, but this may be the closest thing to honest you've
in
been.
my entire life to where I just never want to come back ever again and never want
This may be the closest to
And
getting
while
it
the
right
video
you've done
initially
the
looked
entire
pretty
time you're
genuine,
online.
eventually people started guessing it was all a publicity stunt, something he
It
later admitted to.
was.
You getting jumped real.
No.
But it was real. Like the stuff you said
Despite previously
about being a
insulting
joke.
him in their
and-
first meeting, Andrew Tate actually
Oh,
offered to
that
help
was
train
real.
him to
You
deal
being
with this kind of
pathetic.
situation, which once again boosted his popularity. So Neon accepted the offer and they started speaking over DMs. But it appears
So
Tate
you just
himself
latched
stopped
on to more
responding his
famous people to
messages,
become
which made Neon
famous.
feel like he had to prove himself, resulting in this very wonderful clip.
Chat, me and Tate DM'd a little bit, but then I think he stopped taking me serious and he stopped responding. So, Tate, this is for you right here, Tate. I'm shaving my head so you can understand how serious I am about right? I really want to change my life around, bro. I want to be a new man, okay? So I'm gonna shave my head, and hopefully that proves to you that I want to be, I want to be a good guy, okay?
Yeah, play it up for the camera. I'll give it to you. At least you know how to do that. Okay, well, a little too much now.
doing? What am I doing?
At this point in time, Andrew Tate was probably the most famous person in the world, so engaging with him
He
publicly
latched
sent
onto the
Neon's
right people at the
popularity
right
through the
time,
roof. To make it even more of a perfect storm, around the same time, former YouTube prankster Fusi was lighting a flame under his dying career with his streams on Kick. It's no secret that Fusi is a bit more erratic than the average person, so pairing him with Neon was sure to be a dumpster fire. The first two met when Fusi pressed Neon over comments he supposedly made.
If you touch me, don't do. Is there a problem?
Stand up.
I'm taller than you.
Look me in the eyes. Say everything you said on the internet right now. Say sorry. Say sorry, G7 president.
This kind of exchange between them was a recipe for virality, with Fusi playing the role of a bully and Neon playing the role of an arrogant weakling. The two collided again just a few days later, and although Fusi was notably calmer earlier on, he explained why. He was on the verge of signing a massive contract with Kick and didn't want to mess it up. He also claimed that he hadn't slept in almost 2 days, which is a known side effect of having a manic episode, something Fusi has had a fair share of in the past. But Fusi's
so you just met Fusi at the right time to not get
behavior, noting
the
that
craziness.
One day he would get what's coming to him.
Fusi, you actually dodged a bullet for once.
You're gonna get your real one comes up to you.
Still waiting for the day.
After that, Fusi told Neon to get out of his house and repeated one of Mike Tyson's most famous threats, that he would go gorilla mode on him until Neon loved him. He also called Neon a slur almost in the same sentence, so I'm not sure where he gets off on making that kind of threat, but then again, he's at least felt like it before.
For a long time, I looked at myself in the mirror and I based myself based on what I read on the comments. I felt worthless. I felt ugly. I felt gay.
While I'd like to say this is one of Fusi's most infamous days in history, it's really just one piece added to a gigantic list
You're the fucking audience. I forgot that clip existed. You're the fucking audience reaction to I feel gay. Everyone's like, half the, like a few people laugh, everyone else is like, and then the laughter like turned into, oh wait. Like people laughed at first, like it's a reaction to just hearing something ridiculous, and then they realize they're laughing at something ridiculous. And they're like, oh wait, I shouldn't laugh at this. It's offensive. What the fuck? He said something weird. Oh, is that him with Jack Dory? How do these degenerates just find each other, man? Whole birds of a feather thing, it really is true.
Possibly long. Other highlights from this day include Fusi throwing water in Jack Doherty's face, getting kicked out of a house, and then lying to the police for no real reason that I can figure out.
Send the fucking cops.
What is happening?
Send the cops.
No. Damn it.
There's a gun to my head right now. There's a gun to my head.
Trying to use one of my powers.
Ma'am, he left. There's a gun to my head. Help, help, get them. Help, bye. Ma'am, Intercontinental, what's my room number? Help, tell me. 2027.
This ultimately resulted in Fusi getting arrested live on stream, and Kick opted to rescind their $80 million contract offer, if that was even a real offer in the first place.
But the Kick deal never went through. Chat, Fusi lost his deal, bro.
While Neon didn't have that much to do with Fusi's meltdown, he was a prominent figure
in
in
one
one of the biggest online dramas of that year. It might not have been for the best, though, as Neon likely had no clue what internet fame had in store for him. Later that month,
well, you dodged a bullet with Neon to just like shoot yourself later.
That Rage didn't like
that fucking meltdown that got you arrested.
Calling him a cripple due to him being in a wheelchair and offering him adult diapers in case he had an accident. These remarks in and of themselves didn't push Rage over the edge. It was only when Neon asked him about his country of origin that things came to a head. Rage said that he was Haitian, which Neon intentionally misunderstood, so he asked him if he was Asian. When Rage clarified, Neon proceeded to mock Haiti.
Haitian. What's that? Haiti? Haitian, Haiti. The island. Why are you making that face?
Place where there's no water, Haiti.
Why are you making that face?
Yeah.
Good? I'm good. I'm good.
Alright, bro. Like,
hey, my SpongeBob shirt.
Chill. Hey, chill. Bye.
Bye.
Much like his conflict with Fusi, their confrontations never escalated and were clearly being played up for the sake of videos.
Yeah.
But the same cannot be said for his next feud. Around this time, Neon did the Naughty Bop on his live stream. For those who don't know, the Bop is a dance done to disparage the death of Ethan Reyes, aka Naughty Osama, a 14-year-old who was stabbed by a 15-year-old rapper he had beef with. Naughty's older brother, Didi Osama, responded to Neon's disrespect, saying, "He's a dork, I'm not even about to respond to him. Never heard of him." Eventually, Didi Osama actually confronted Neon about this during one of his streams.
I know what you mean, bro.
Yeah, I know. I want to.
Listen. I just want to tell you this, baby boy. Like,
oh god, I hate people that talk like that.
You don't know where I come from. Like, you not from the streets, baby boy. Like, you's really like, you know what I'm saying? Nerd, baby boy.
God, it's so annoying.
You can sort of tell that this instance
I can't take someone seriously no matter how scary they are when they talk like that, no matter how intelligent they are. You sound like a moron.
Whether it be putting him in a
you sound like a joke to me. Like I can't be scared of you when you talk like that. Like that's the least. I know you think it makes you sound gangster, but
after this, things seemed pretty okay.
It just makes me not take you seriously. I mean, I guess you'll just shoot me and I'll die because I'm just gonna laugh at you. Like I can't help it. That's how I'll die, I guess.
Bop song in May of 2024. At one point, one of them allowed Neon to wear one of his chains, which he proceeded to accidentally break.
I just broke his chain.
quote
When they
unquote
figured out that
accidentally.
this had happened, they ditched him and refused to respond to his phone calls. So, on top of having undone the truce he brokered with Didi Osama, the Naughty Bop creators weren't happy with him either, meaning he came out of the situation with everyone hating him in the worst way possible. Another one of his controversies came from him attending a party with a bunch of TikTok influencers, one of which being Charli D'Amelio, who at one point was the most followed creator on the platform. When Neon noticed her, he approached her and asked her if she was single, while her boyfriend was standing right next to her. Embarrassed by the situation, he walked away in shame, but he wasn't
I'll
done
give it to him. He
attempting
knows how to
court women at
rage
the
bait.
party.
He knows
found
what
a
to do
second
to
girl
get the
try to
wrong
win
kind of
over, only
attention.
for her to be pulled away
But
by one of her
online,
friends in the
attention
process.
is
He then
attention.
approached the whole group, trying to get the girl's number. Her friends made a wall in front of her and started shitting all over Neon, and this was the result.
Bro, these kids are weird. I don't know who you think you are. I don't know who. Search me up. Search me up, bro.
He walked away from the group, telling them to search his name, and shortly after he left the party, the person who put it all on confronted him as well. As soon as he saw that the boys from earlier had come outside as well, and were much more aggressive than before, he backed off and profusely apologized, claiming it was all trolling. That is, until just a few moments later when he asked
Someone
the
kicked his
security
ass
guard
for
for
it.
permission to continue insulting them. Much to his audience's surprise, despite how miserably he failed in every single one of his attempts here, he eventually did succeed in rizzing someone. Sam Frank, a TikToker and OnlyFans model, first met Neon at a house party thrown by Jack Doherty, who also happened to be her ex-boyfriend.
She's just clout chasing.
While most
There's
of the
no
girls at the
way
party
she's
kept
actually
their distance
interested
from
in this
Neon
moron.
for understandable reasons, Sam notably stuck close to him for the majority of the stream. The two eventually exchanged numbers and started dating, prompting many to become suspicious of her intentions since, well,
Yep.
a lot of them suspected he
You mean
wasn't
like
the
I
kind of
did?
guy to pull girls.
Immediately?
2 a.m., me and her just started talking, and then
'Cause it's
after that,
obvious.
everything changed.
Oh, are you guys still together?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
That's so cute.
Since Neon's community was composed mainly of young men, it would make sense for Sam to date him to effectively promote her content to them.
Yep.
And that was one of the main theories about their relationship.
Yep,
Last
that's
but not
the
least,
obvious
Neon
one.
was supposedly a virgin and had never had a girlfriend before, so many saw him as somewhat of an easy target. And once the narrative that she was using him for clout took off, they actively started
troll
feeding
got
into it. A
trolled.
great example of this was the lie detector test. Basically, they asked Sam a handful of questions relating to her loyalty to Neon, and to put it bluntly,
I mean, if he still got to hit it, I guess
she
it
was
worked out
not
for him.
super loyal. He also asked her if she would still date him if he didn't have clout, and just like the previous question, her response was very much doubted by the lie detector. Most devastating of all, knowing that they hadn't done the deed yet, Neon asked
Oh,
Sam
never
if she
mind,
had
he
had
ain't
sex in
getting
the
it.
last 3 weeks, and her answer of no came back false.
Have you been in the last 3 weeks?
No.
Oh, cheated on you.
Whoa! I'm actually.
Yo,
Get this off
yo.
me now. I'm done. No, I'm actually. Done.
No, no, oh
I
my-
haven't had sex with anyone. I'm literally celibate. I hate this thing. Get
No,
me-
you're not.
Get it off me now.
All the
Lie
OnlyFans
detector
girls claim they're
tests are
celibate.
far from
Shut the
100%
fuck up. No,
accurate,
you're
and that's if
not.
they were actually even doing a real one and not just having a guy look at a computer screen while pretending he was seeing something. Still, this served as confirmation to the audience that Sam had been leeching off of Neon. Many content creators who interacted with Sam during this time pressed her on the issue, suggesting that her being with Neon was using him. Most notable was Aiden Ross, whose friendship with Neon was already very much on thin ice. When he spoke about it, he mainly focused on complaining that Neon had been
Oh,
squandering
your
the
clout
opportunities
riding
being
is-
offered to him
Yep.
to instead keep giving time and attention to Sam. To try and get Neon to hear him out, he called him during a stream.
And OnlyFans girls ruining your
In
career.
a real serious relationship, and she's going out flying people out and fucking them. I have an issue with that. That's my
Yep,
boy.
'cause
My
she's
boy.
not
Go
real.
through that, because
She's
everyone knows
using
what it's like
you.
having your first girl.
And
Whether
even
you're 16
Aiden,
or
when
15,
even
20 or
Aiden
19,
can
you
see
have your
it.
first girl, you love her, and you don't see anything else. But when you're there, not taking calls from your boys, when you're over there choosing her over, I gotta do what I gotta do, bro. I gotta do what I gotta do. People could look at this as jealous, envious. I don't give a
Aiden also alleged that Sam had cheated on Neon with some guy she flew out. And according to Neon, the story is true, but they simply slept in the same bed. They never did anything, which is the most real story ever. But the real thing to keep in mind here is that Neon probably
The
doesn't
cope!
even care. He's blatantly rage baiting viewers, saying things he knows
Yeah,
are
it's still
ridiculous
getting
to
him
get them
attention.
riled
It's
up
still-
and
it's
comments
still-
on how dumb he
it's
is
still
and how she's
working.
obviously cheating on him. All of this culminated in Aiden Ross.
Even he had to know it
unfollowing
was
Neon,
fake from the
and Neon
beginning. Look
partly
at you.
admitting that the
You'll never get a
relationship was
girl
fake,
like
but
that.
He did claim that he
Acting
eventually
like
developed
that.
real feelings for her. It's hard to tell to what degree they're completely faking it, but it was clear that the basis of their relationship was clout farming, as they broke
That's
up
probably
every
what
other
they
video
talked
for
about
the
at
sake
that
of
party
clicks and
before doing
clickbait,
it.
quickly
That's why they
followed
spent
by
so
them
long
getting back
together. They
Eventually,
cooked up this
other
plan
content
at that
creators
party.
slowly warmed up to Neon again, although they remained
And it worked.
suspicious of Sam, believing her to be nothing but trouble. Then again, Neon has proved.
Look, if any OnlyFans girls are watching, you wanna start fake relationship drama and stuff, I'll pretend to date you. We can write out a whole script. And we can have a whole online relationship. We'll start a joint Instagram account. It'll be great. We'll start a whole online relationship and this online drama. And we'll start an online following. And then we'll have the messiest breakup. I'll have the messiest breakup. You know, get enough money to buy a used car that we can fucking trash. I'll film you trashing my car. You can film me doing some crazy shit in retaliation to you, and that back and forth will probably lead to views, and we'll just keep getting more and more famous. All the while, we don't have to actually like deal with any consequences because no one's pressing charges on anybody. None of it's real. You get more viewers on your OnlyFans. I get, you know, people coming to my stream, watching me to find out the drama. And then eventually we break up and go our separate ways and enjoy our careers. Think about it. Think about it.
Time and time again that he doesn't need anyone to inspire him to get into trouble. Neon's next order of business was to rile up even more controversy by saying the N-word. There's a wide variety of clips revolving
That's
around
a quick way to get
attention,
attention, I guess.
Show you most of them for obvious reasons. What I can show you, however, is Neon facing the consequences of his usage of the forbidden script. First, he got confronted by Aiden Ross's security guard after threatening to say it on stream.
Oh! N-word?
Oh my god.
Say it.
I'm not gonna say it on
Say
God.
it. Say it.
Oh my god.
See. Yeah, this is being played up for the camera. If he had really said it, those black guys would fuck him up.
It's pretty certain
Yeah.
this was just a bit and was never
Yeah, it
really
was a bit.
intended to hurt Neon. Then there was another instance of him threatening to do it, but again, it was in a joking context and no one really took it seriously. But the one notorious time in which he actually said it was him announcing that Indians, him included, were qualified for its usage.
Now. Indians are.
And it was met
he
with a
said
lot
it.
of support from his peers. With him officially having the pass, Neon's next move was to roll up to none other than the United States
Bitch, I had to get my
President
dick
Donald
wet to get the
Trump.
pass.
In
And
2023,
even I still can't say it
Neon
on
purchased
Twitch.
tickets to attend UFC 296 with Sneeko, knowing that the event would be attended by Trump, whom Neon said he would harass in some unspecific way. He claimed to not be worried about the Secret Service as they had no authority over him. Although it's important to mention that this statement was made just months before he entered a gun range and filmed himself holding
this
a
one's
rocket
better.
launcher. Now, while he never made any credible threat against Trump or the Secret Service, this was sufficient enough that the owner of the UFC, Dana White, decided to preemptively ban Neon from his event.
They said Neon is not allowed in.
In the stadium?
Yes.
What?
Dana actually spoke about the incident during one of his conferences.
He said he was banned from the arena tonight, specifically by...
He said he was banned from the arena? No, what happened is he said some stupid shit on Instagram.
While Neon eventually brushed this off and hinted that he'd try to attend the event anyway, he eventually did apologize for his conduct.
I want to sincerely apologize. I didn't mean anything I said, and it should have never come out of my mouth in the first place, and I take ownership.
But this is one of the few instances of Neon apologizing that wasn't immediately followed by him doing the exact same thing he just apologized for, so I guess that does count for something. Interestingly, he explains that whenever the camera goes on, he blacks out, which I hope is just him trying to come up with an excuse for his behavior and not his sincere interpretation of what goes into making content. You definitely can get lost in character and screw yourself up psychologically if you can no longer separate yourself from the bit that you're doing, which in spite of all the things he's done, I really hope is not the case. In late December 2023, Neon made a very alarming post, updating his community on his physical health.
You guys want an update? I'm gonna give you guys an update. I am sick as I've been waking up sick every day the past 3-4 weeks, but there's just some days when I can't push through it. I have a fever. I know the reason too. It's because my shots, because my stomach disease. There's literally absolutely nothing I can do. I have to take shots every week. There's no workarounds. I tried everything, and it brings my immune system down, and it fucks me up bad.
For context, the stomach issue he mentions here is Crohn's disease, an inflammatory bowel disease with a long list of side effects that he's had for his whole life. Given that his health issues had long since been established, for a while, there was no reason to think he was lying. However, he followed this up by claiming his doctor told him he was going to die in 3 days.
But we only have 35K in here right now, so I just want to say that I do have approximately 3.5 days to live.
But for people who knew Neon and had seen what he was capable of, lying about being about to die was very mild in comparison to his later shenanigans. After he was supposed to pass away, he announced he was getting ready for surgery, and after the supposed surgery was successful, Neon resumed his content, with his death hoax not amounting to half of what the original did. Another content creator from Kick, who ended up having to rub elbows with Neon, was the infamous prankster Vitaly. During a live-streamed fan meetup on the 14th of January, Vitaly approached Neon asking for an autograph. However, when he gets in front of Neon, he quickly opens a folder showing images taken from his girlfriend's OnlyFans account.
Why did he turn No!
Oh.
Was that? You have a problem?
No, 2 + 2 is 4.
Look how nervous he is.
Now, there's a lot of minor details to note here. First, Sam asked Vitaly if he had a problem, and him responding 2 + 2 = 4, which is funny. Then, Neon says that Vitaly is nervous while stuttering and being out of breath, trying to find insults to throw at him. And then Vitaly is very deadpan and calm, is also a great contrast. Honestly, this proves to me that this new generation of obnoxious pranksters has nothing on the OGs. The cherry on top was a few moments later when Sam spit in Vitaly's face, which he responded to by licking it up and then saying, "We kissed now." Vitaly proceeds to call the police on Sam as spitting on someone technically falls under the definition of assault. Soon after, their car gets pulled over and Sam gets questioned by the cops. As the officer spoke to her, he clarified that what she did was battery and that he was going to have to arrest her.
She spit on her, which is a battery.
But before that could happen, Vitaly came back and intervened, offering a bit of a deal for her to not get arrested.
I need you to say, "I'm sorry, King Vitaly."
I'm sorry, King Vitaly. I'm so sorry, sir.
A day later, Vitaly ultimately decided to press charges anyway, but it's unknown what the ultimate consequences were. A few days later, Vitaly was set to fight in an exhibition boxing match against TikToker Bryce Hall, and Neon decided to take part in the lead-up, presumably to produce more content in which the two went at it, seeing how much attention they got last time. As much as this was very much planned out and calculated, it does seem like there is some genuine friction between them, but Vitaly is weird enough of a guy that he's willing to collab with people even if he seriously hates them because it gets views. At one point, Vitaly intentionally spills water on Neon, prompting Neon to douse him back, at which point this escalates into Vitaly destroying Neon's phone. Eventually, Vitaly decides to leave, prompting Neon, who had a group of a dozen people with him including bodyguards, to say Vitaly was scared and running away. Basically, Neon ambushed him to try and make him look like a coward, which didn't work, as pretty much everyone in the comments pointed out that Neon will only talk people when he's on stream. When he's one-on-one, he will never be mean to them. But because he had this big posse of people with him, he was a lot more aggressive because he thought they would back him up. Up until this point, Neon had already done so many annoying and ridiculous things, but this was one of the few times where he did something genuinely pathetic, and it wasn't in character or for the sake of entertainment, it was just him being himself.
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with
destroyed whatever little reputation.
What's wrong with him? Attention. He started doing YouTube when he was 12. And at first it was genuine. And then when he realized like the garbage fire content is what got views, he started doing it on purpose. The bad behavior as a child was rewarded with success. So it led into that becoming who he was as an adult. When you reward the bad behavior an adult does, then they know it's an act. And they'll just continue the act and they can turn it off when the camera's off because they're an adult. They're acting. Actors do it all the time. It's a job. When a child does it and he doesn't realize that when a child does it and he doesn't realize that he needs to do it as an act and that they're there for the act and they're not there for him. He thinks they're there for him and that's who they think he is. So that's who he became.
Reputation Neon could have possibly had was his interaction with a 14-year-old streamer named Kizzy. During one of Neon's streams, Kizzy called in to troll Neon and hurl insults at him. Instead of just removing him from the call, Neon proceeds to threaten him with doxing and even worse.
What's your name? Suck my bro, you a bitch. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Kizzy, bro. My name's Kizzy. It says it in my name.
What's your first name? All I need is your name when you're done. I don't care. I'm an internet warrior. What's your name? What's your
I'm an internet warrior.
first name? Tell me your first name.
I'll get Miami.
You're 10 years old. I will please bleed.
Oh my god.
If you didn't catch that, that was Neon saying he doesn't care that Kizzy is a kid and threatening to do some really awful stuff. Really not the kind of thing you say to a kid, even if you're joking and even if they are viciously trolling you. This ultimately resulted in Neon being banned from Kick, and of course he had no choice but to respond. While he does kind of apologize for the situation and acknowledges he shouldn't have said what he said, he almost refuses to take accountability, and rather than doing so much
he doesn't think he did anything
uses his
wrong.
tried and true excuse of blacking out.
But that was by far
I blacked out. I blacked. That's not an excuse. Like you can't go to, like you can't go to court and be like, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, I blacked out," and then he was dead.
I let a a kid get in my head
Jesus
and talk
Christ.
crazy to me. I blacked out and I didn't realize what I was doing, and I want to sincerely apologize.
As the comment section showed, no one was convinced by this apology.
And no
Because
one
at this
cared.
point, he'd done so
Yeah.
many things that were completely dishonest that people just didn't trust him, no matter how much he put on a sad face to convince
Yep.
them that this time it was real. His next controversy took place in Dubai.
That's the
when he and his
problem when
girlfriend
you
were
get
approached
stuck
by the
in
police
character,
and told they were
if
filming
you're
somewhere
playing a
they
character.
weren't
I think
allowed
it is
to.
genuinely
The police
who it is
escorted
at
them
this
from
point.
the area, and the person behind the camera ended the stream. Given how serious the law can be in these parts of the world, a lot of people were unsure of what happened, with some speculating that he died in a flood that happened right around the same time. But Neon was alive and well, having spent a total of 37 hours in jail, which he described as a pretty comfy experience.
Down there knew me, bro. They knew me, chat. I was literally welcomed. I was a king in there, bro. I was a king. They were giving me free beds and it was fire, bro. It was fire. It honestly
I bet
made me
they
look
gave
at
you
things
free
different.
beds.
I swear to God, I was ready to just chill there with the boys, bro.
But this wasn't going to be his only brush up
No,
with
he
the law,
wasn't.
as soon after, he
God,
streamed himself
this-
going on a joyride
Yeah, I
with fellow
think this-
content creator Squeeze Benz, who was driving extremely
Yeah, I
dangerously,
think getting
swerving
stuck in
between
character
cars
has
and
turned him
speeding.
into the
Neon
character.
appeared to be in a lot of distress, pleading with Squeeze to slow down. While Squeeze was able to dodge traffic for a majority of the stream, he braked too quickly and his Lamborghini was rear-ended. Rather than pulling over and calling the police to report the accident, Squeeze decided to flee the scene, effectively committing a hit and run, getting Neon's Kick channel temporarily suspended in the process. Due to the immense backlash, Squeeze took to his Instagram story to deny all responsibility for the incident. He notably refused to call it a hit and run and blamed the other driver for crashing into him, despite driving recklessly and stopping short of
he
the
wasn't.
highway. While Neon was asking
He wasn't entirely wrong. The other driver was someone that was with them. It's not like he got hit by a random person. He was being followed by someone who was filming them in another car, and they were following too closely. It probably was kind of that other person's fault because the setup was the other person would have been a professional cameraman, just like he's a professional driver, and he's supposed to follow at a certain distance in order to film it, and then be able to brake in time should something like that happen, and he didn't do that. It doesn't make what either of them did okay. I'm just saying I don't think he was trying to dodge accountability entirely. I mean, he did do a hit and run. He did run away from it. So he was trying to dodge at least legal accountability. But as far as like whose fault it actually was, it's probably both. It's both their faults.
for him to slow down, it's pretty clear that he was a part of the bit and that they'd agreed to doing this in the first place. So despite it not technically being Neon's fault directly since he wasn't responsible for the accident, he's definitely guilty to some degree for what happened. They're just lucky it was a rear end and not a full-on crash. Things like this are what makes people see these streamers as terrible influences on kids, since this is literally just them making content out of driving recklessly and putting themselves and others in danger. But if there's
that's
one
the problem
other
with making
streamer
this kind of
that's somehow
content
more hated than
is you have to
Neon,
keep
it's
upping
Jack
the
Doherty.
ante
Neon called out Jack for
forever.
supposedly
Otherwise,
shady
people
business
have seen.
practices involving
Yeah,
his
you're not doing
OnlyFans
anything
talent
new.
agency.
People have seen it
Exactly
all,
what
and
you do.
eventually
You get
they
17-year-old
stop watching
girls
because they
the
get
night
bored
before
of
their
it.
birthday, you guys
They're not
buy
there
a
for you.
$10,000 yacht
They're
every
there
time.
for
You get them drunk and they sign
the
a
train
contract
wreck that is
50%
going to
of
be
life
when
every
you get in
single
trouble. Like
Jack
they're just there to
eventually
see what
released a video
happens
addressing
when
Neon's
shit
claims
goes
and
wrong.
denying it.
I hate that I even have to explain myself on it, but I'm younger than basically every girl I have signed except for like one. And that girl signed 4 months after her 18th birthday. So I approve to back everything up if I need to.
Once again, as soon as the heat actually went up between him and someone else, Neon apologized and said that he had blacked out. They actually struck up a temporary truce for a few months, but in June, at a bare-knuckle boxing event, it all came crashing down. Jack had one of his friends pour alcohol on Neon in an effort to troll him, prompting a confrontation and fight.
World champion, that has to feel really good right now.
I screwed up a lot.
You ain't gonna fight nobody, kid. What are you doing?
What do you get out of that, bro? I didn't do shit. That's your boy. What do you get out of that, bro?
Or is the ego made you think you're bigger than you actually
I gotta
are in
say,
reality?
As pathetic as it is to see these two dweebs go at it, at least this time Neon actually handled himself instead of commandeering his bodyguards like they're Pokemon to defend him. As a result of what happened, both of them were escorted out of the event. And this incident made Neon retract
I think
his
it's because he
apology and
knew
start
that this
reiterating
kid
claims he had made about Jack
was
grabbing
still
underage girls
like
to
you're
his
both
POE
in the same
agency,
boat.
saying he
You
was
know
going
that
to
you
take
wouldn't do
Jack
nothing in
down.
that situation, so you banked on the fact that Jack wouldn't either, and you were right.
And taking percentages of them. You will be going down, my brother.
But it didn't end there.
My
While leaving
brother.
the arena, Jack found Neon and tried to sucker punch him.
Jack, get up! Stop, bro! Stop! Who am I walking? Yo, you're good, bro.
This is the most pathetic fight I've ever seen.
His security guards were able to intervene before this once again escalated into a fight, and Neon walked away relatively unharmed despite having his t-shirt ripped. It's also worth clarifying that this wasn't only an attempted sucker punch. Jack's friends had also come along to attack Neon simultaneously, meaning it was basically 2 or 3 on 1.
Yeah, they were going to jump him.
Impressive is that Jack's friend came closer to hitting Neon than Jack did, but Neon somehow managed to dodge it with his impressive spidey sense. For the first time in his career ever, Neon was the more dignified party in a conflict, as he had actually done nothing wrong this time, and Jack was clearly the coward and the aggressor.
I think that was the first moment in my career where like the whole world was on my
where
side.
You weren't, yeah, where you weren't the bad guy.
And like everyone was defending me, saying like you know, like all this shit, like just talking nice about me, and like everyone just hates him. Like there's no one anyone hates more in this world than him.
But of course, Neon's grace period went away almost as quickly
as
it
didn't last very
long.
long.
On July 3rd, he attended a press conference for the fight between Nate Diaz and George Masvidal. Like always, Neon couldn't just attend an event; he had to crash it and get attention, resulting in this moment.
Second question I have for you today, man, is when you do get knocked out, are you gonna retire? I'm gonna kick you in your fucking leg.
How did we not kill this thing?
After Nate's response, Neon visibly got scared, and as it turns out, for a good reason. After he was escorted back to his car, Nate's crew showed up and started running after him, prompting him to start sprinting away, screaming that he was sorry and crying. He eventually made it to a parking garage and the cops showed up, bringing the incident to an end before it even started. He's really lucky nothing happened here, since not only was an entire gang of adults running at him, but people who hang around MMA fighters also tend to train MMA, meaning if they did catch up to him, he was going to suffer a lot more than he did from Fusi and Vitali. A while after, he made a video apologizing to Nate and referring to the incident as the scariest thing he had ever experienced in his life. But at this point, Fusi resurges in Neon's life, as when Aiden Ross hosted Fusi's return, one of the main questions people asked him was about the current state of his friendship with Neon, or maybe the lack of friendship, rather. Despite the history of issues between the two, Fusi clearly cared about him and wanted to serve as some kind of guide, however good of a guide FusiTube can be. When he found out Neon was dating an OnlyFans girl, he was greatly disappointed and immediately started planning to ambush him and give him 7 consecutive swirlies to purify his soul. But it took them a while to reconnect after Fusi's comeback. It was only in July of 2024 that they officially met up, with Fusi being uncharacteristically lucid and respectful towards Neon. But due to his very bipolar temperament, it didn't take long for Fusi to fall out with Neon again. Supposedly, Neon owed him money from one of their projects, which Fusi never received, leading him to confront Neon in real life at TwitchCon. And as soon as Neon saw him from afar, he immediately started apologizing and saying he had Fusi's money, clearly scared of what was going to happen here. But these were empty words, since it was revealed Neon didn't even have access to the money he owed Fusi. For the rest of the event, the two continued to clash whenever they met, with Fusi at one point putting Neon in a headlock and taking his glasses, saying he can only have them back once he gets paid. Neon did manage to negotiate with Yusuf into letting him keep his glasses under the promise that the money would be paid within the hour. And after a few more back and forths, Neon finally paid him back. There were a few more bouts of online beefs between them, with diss tracks and the whole 9 yards, but due to how obviously artificial and kind of uninteresting they can get, it's not really worth getting into their details. About a month prior to his conflict
people
with
stop
Fusi
caring
at
after a while,
TwitchCon, Neon
including
broke
you
the
while doing an
record as
essay
being
on
the
it.
online personality
It's exhausting
who
to
had
keep
faked
up
his
with,
death
isn't
the
it?
most times. That's right, he announced his impending doom for the 3rd time.
I'm dying. I have 6 days to live.
You're trying this stick again? You're running out of
I
ideas,
don't know
man.
what's gonna happen, but
It's all crashing
I just hope
down
you guys
now.
will pray for me and be there for me.
At this point,
No
his
one will.
audience's trust in him was at such an all-time low that if a video came out of Neon's dead body in a casket, there would be a line forming at the funeral to poke him with a stick to check if he was really dead.
to make
However,
sure he was
made a
actually
TikTok
dead.
to clarify the matter, saying that the video that surfaced of him claiming he was going to die was a clip of his stream being taken out of context, and that he'd never joke about saying that kind of thing, because that
Except for
was
that
the
time you
old
did
him.
joke
I was on
about it.
stream, I was trolling like I always do, just on stream, messing around, and all these people started reposting clips and saying all this weird stuff, and I'm getting texts. My mom is texting me, my dad is, everyone's texting me. Leave me alone. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not dying, right?
Still, even with the context he provided, he's clearly spoofing his previous death hoaxes, meaning he's still kind of making light of it. Although he tried to spin it as if he was upset people were taking him out of context. Seeing that his rage-baiting stick had gotten old and was becoming increasingly expensive to keep up with, he decided to look for other ways
you
to
have to
grow his
keep upping the
popularity.
ante.
One of them being a month-long streaming subathon. Subathons are basically when a streamer sets up his stream so that subscriptions will make the stream go on for longer, usually with a limit of a week or a month. However, Neon's subathon failed miserably, as just 5 days into the event, his production crew decided to pack up their things and quit.
Can we
Wow.
just talk for a second? 'Cause I really need to run this.
Yeah, no with me. It's too hot.
Call you
Yeah,
then.
we're
I
done,
can-
kid.
What am I gonna sit here and beg like a dog? No, fuck you. I don't care. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yes, you're
It's
gonna
unknown
beg.
what exactly made them cut ties. Some speculated that they left over a comment Neon made about there being too many Spanish people in the house, but it seems like the crew was already considering leaving by the time he
They're
said
just
that.
sick of
meaning
his
it was
shit.
Probably an overall dissatisfaction with his antics. He knew
Yeah.
he needed to do
Just
something.
tired
to
of
get
doing
attention,
this.
And right when his popularity
They're
was
just
about to take
tired
a
of being
nosedive, in the
involved with
early
this,
morning
man.
of a
This
cold
is-
October day. His home was
Ugh.
raided by the police. Everyone in the house was temporarily detained, and once they were released, it was revealed that Neon had his license to film in Los Angeles revoked in the middle of his subathon. This then escalated into him getting kicked out of the house he was living in by the person who actually owned it. He moved into a different home, this time in Las Vegas, but within a couple weeks,
Yeah.
he ended up suffering a punishment for
They
something
realized
he
his career
actually
was
hadn't
going
even
nowhere,
done.
and they
Two
were taking him,
streamers,
and
Izzy
they were
Prime
going
and
with
Sweater
him.
God,
So-
had a fight in their stream, followed by Prime getting heavily intoxicated and going through a casino trying to fight random people. This had nothing to do with Neon, but for whatever reason, this public meltdown caused him to get banned on Kick alongside with Prime. Now, this was a mistake, so his account quickly got unbanned, but in the opinion of most people following the developments of Neon's story, the real mistake was letting him be on Kick in the first place. Regardless of how bad the consequences are that he suffers from time to time for disrespecting others for clout, it seems he never puts in any effort to stay out of trouble. His career runs on controversy, but the thing about that is, even if you get some short-term views and clout off of that, you have to keep one-upping yourself. All the while, none of your audience actually likes you. They're just rooting for your downfall. And while he's making money doing it right now, it won't last forever. Eventually, the only people who are left will be the people rooting for his failure in the first place. Neon has no real fans, and it's starting to show. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until...
That's it. I said same thing I said in my video about IRL streamers that everybody acts like wasn't a real thing. People in the comments, bad takes, bad takes. I'm like, yeah, but that's what IRL streamers are, and you all fucking know it. Like, it's so obvious, but I guess, you know, Turkey Tom has to say it for people to listen. It's clear I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, what's going on in here, lady?
You are not a cockroach. Strange. Inundated with cockroaches I am. Black ones, four limbs, nasty, spiky things. Are you spiky? If so, my ribbons will pluck your spines. Malachi liked spines. Liked my spine. Pretty spine. Bejeweled. and
Oh my
mounted.
god.
Enough to make an empire weep. Do you weep, not a cockroach? I do. Tears are infinite. Why, on this very day, I found a new reason to cry. What is that you have?
Oh my god, you sound like a TikTok influencer.
My ribbons spooled. Those black ones wanted them, my ribbons. Wanted to wrap the city in black ribbons. Now they are my ribbons forevermore. Forevermore. I hate forever. I could tear happy ever after from Bard's bleeding tongues. You're still here, not a cockroach. Oh, gratitude. Yes, I should give you a token. Token? What token? This? Is this to your liking?
All right, what do you got? What do you got? Strength, dexterity, intelligence. Let's do
The
intelligence.
cockroaches will come again. They want the twist. That cockroach emperor. The other bugs shout his name. Revisius. Cross the river, squash the emperor cockroach in his nest. The bridge. It is barricaded. That spawns a tricky question. Questions. Questions. I asked too many questions. Chit has told me so. I asked where it all went. Our feculence. He made them show me. Under the river. The sewers from this side to that. Filthy, fetid tunnels like a rower's cloaca. A black place. Crawling with the undying. Once beautiful and arrogant gemlings. Now the foul waste of the Empire. Fitting, isn't it? Apt. 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 I like you, not a cockroach. I like that you listen.
God.
If the undying murdered
I'm
you.
tired of listening.
Dometic sulfite. That's what you need?
Yes.
You have some already. You are
Oh,
a resourceful
wait,
bug
no, I already have that one.
Give it to me. I was all eyes and ears when Malachi worked. I will make something of your thaumatic sulfite. I will forge an infernal talc that will bring the most furious of light to the undying darkness. A dash of arcanity, a pinch of insanity, a whisper of profanity, and the infernal talc is now ready.
Arnold Talc. Okay, bye, crazy lady.
Pretty as porcelain, but her mouth spins like the potter's wheel. That's how I once described Diala. Yet on this day, my lady is as ravishing as a nightmare, radiant as the fullest moon. Diala is my gemling queen, and we shall rule side by side over the world that will soon come to be.
No, you won't. All right. What's going on in here?
I awoke, feverish and barely conscious. I set to drawing these maps through the sable hours. By morning, my fingers ached, my eyes burned, yet still I found no rest. The reverie commanded its rendering. The reverie device now stands completed. I've placed the first of my maps within its receptacle. I've taken my maiden voyage into nightmare. I know now that which sent me this precious gift. It knows me, expects my return. It would be foolish to disappoint. Malachi.
Okay. Fire damage.
Tear down the walls that imprison the mind. That is what the gems do. That is their true virtue. The moment my fingertips brushed the cool, silken plains of that first gem, I felt it. My skull ached as if its contents were growing, pressing against the bone, searching for a way to break free. That night, once the wine had dulled the pain enough to allow the onset of sleep, the dreams began. I have not been without them since, nor would I be. Every spark of thaumaturgy that I wield, every device that I forge, every creature that I transfigure, I owe to these lessons cloaked in nightmare. From whence do these precepts hail? Certainly not the mundane grey between my ears. I possess only one reference that bears faith. Translated with unquestionable clarity by that idiot savant, Isius Perandus, the beast. Duriani of the vow knew the truth. Soon now, so shall I. Malachi.
Okay. Anything else in here I need? No? Alright, so I was just coming in here for a crafting recipe. Got it. Back to the sewers. Clear up this shit so we can move on. Our fucking day. Another crafting recipe. Physical damage I don't give a fuck about. Oh, finally. Get me out of these goddamn sewers. Okay. Oh, that was it? Thought there'd be more. Imperial Gardens.
Mana.
Another waypoint. Oh. I gotta refresh my zombies. Usually fine until they die, and then it's like, oh shit, I got no minions. On my minion build, that's not good. I need to do my passives. There you go. Fuck everything up. Can I have both active at one time on my minions? Can they have 2 offerings? Like if I run both offerings? I need to check and see, does it say only one offering can be active on a minion at a time? If not, I'll just keep offering everything. I'll run both offerings side by side. Like a minion offering build. Keep buffing them. I got the thing to spawn corpses to make sure I never run out of corpses. The door's locked. Yeah, I can tell that because it says, you know, locked a door. Oh, crap. Still exploring. I don't think I can have 2 active at one time. I think it has to be one or the other. No. It's not putting both icons above my head. It's like one, and then I do it and it changes. One overrides the other. Oh, this place is like a maze. Here we go. Here's something. I don't know which one's better, the attack speed or the critical damage. Oh, we get to do this again? Let me do this thing real quick, and then I'll come and do what you want.
Cannot simply stride forward into the future and expect his people to be able to follow. A leader must look over his shoulder so that he can
all attributes. Hell yeah.
The consequences of the path he has chosen. An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
That was easy.
Need more mana.
All right, baby, I got you. God damn! Which one got through? I couldn't see what went through. They did reach the purification pump. What shit I could do about it? Or do I get another shot at it? Beat the crap out of this thing. Barely. Getting harder and harder. I gotta do something to make myself stronger. I'm not killing fast enough. Library. Can't tell which one of these offerings is better. Well, at least I'm leveling up my gems. Summon skeletons, good. We got a waypoint up here so I can head back. Inventory's not full, but I need to do passives and other shit, so, okay. A whole ass cookie stuck in my straw. No matter, I couldn't get nothing. Hard to drink a cookies and cream milkshake. Why wouldn't she get me peach?
Mate.
What's this thing? Oh. Alright. Passives. I was going this way? Yeah. Where was I trying to get to? Oh, right here. There we go. 50% chance to ignore physical damage reduction. There we go. Buff the fuck out of my minions. Alright. Any more minion stuff over here I need to get to? I need to hit up all those minion spots. Wait, what is this? Energy shield leech, light eater. Witch master. Maximum life becomes 1, immune to chaos damage. Ooh, that sounds bad. Like, there's some minion stuff over here. Minion defense mastery. Yeah. Golem life. Golem. I need to get a golem first. That's the minion I'm missing. It's golem. What is this one? I don't use charges. What is this? Light walker? No. It's totems. Oh, what we got here? Should go for the minion offense next. What's this one in the middle? Life and mana, life and mana, life and mana. All resistances. I should probably get those. So we'll cut across here. Yeah, to get to here, we'll cut across right there. Okay. Oh, and then come up here. Yeah. So definitely want that one. Okay, so we'll cut across here to get these. And grab that one. And then come over here and grab these. Energy shield mastery. Probably go down there for these. Yeah, and then I'll come down here. Get more minion defense. Shield mastery. Yeah, because I'm running energy shield. Yeah, okay. Okay, gotcha. And then we'll go down below. stuff to watch. Ooh. Tim Pool gets confronted for Russia funding.
They weren't advertising on your show.
Thank you. Yes.
They were paying you a license deal.
Yes.
These shows.
Yeah, now
Say it.
Sam's pushing more and more and more. No, Tim has
He's
never,
finally growing
ever,
a pair of
ever,
balls.
ever done any of these things, and you're gonna have to ask in specificity every single possible question because Tim is doing his best to avoid the answer.
Offers were made.
You're not.
Why would you even do this interview?
She's impossible. How did she survive? Why is she not one of the undying? No, these questions can wait. There's a more pressing one. Is she safe from the Ebony Legion? You've been busy. With the spool back where it belongs, the ribbons should be able to keep the Ebony Legion at bay. We've both seen what they can do to a man. Whether you were saving your own skin or thinking of others, it matters little to me. You succeeded where I did not. You have stood in the presence of the Gemling Queen. I can only hope to meet her in my nightmares.
Cool. Thank you.
Supposed to tell who you're licensing to?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Sam.
Yes, I did. I said it like 5 times now.
Now he's gonna go back.
I don't know why you're getting so upset. Feel like that you have to put some type of disclaimer because of the whole tenant thing, or no?
No. I never received money from Russia. We never were given any money to create anything. Tenant Media and
It was all laundered through Tenant Media. I mean, obviously you didn't get, you weren't getting paid in rubles.
So I can try and, right, I'll keep it real simple. Do you have sponsors on your show? Did you ever ask who their investors are? Did you have
sponsors?
Yeah, like a company comes to you and says, we want to, have you shout us out or something. Do you?
Two huge differences.
Yeah,
God, I
they're
hope
not
Sam
the
doesn't
same.
cuck out on this conversation. Two huge differences. One, there's a difference between a sponsor and somebody buying your content. This is not, Tenant Media was not just sponsoring you, they were buying content from you.
They were paying
That's
for
one
you
huge
to
difference.
make content
Secondly,
for
is
them,
the
yes.
size
It's
of
different.
the deal. Now, I could be wrong, but I think Sam Cedar is a man of some kind of integrity. If somebody showed up to Sam Cedar's podcast and was like, we want to sponsor you for $1 million a year or $5 million a year, my guess is he would probably look a bit into that company and he wouldn't just bluntly accept it. So the dollar amount is huge, and the fact that it's not just a sponsor, this is a content distribution company that's buying your content. But we'll see how Sam does this.
Like look into their financiers? Do you dig through their bank accounts?
I mean, we get it all from media brokers, but they weren't advertising on your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's different. There you go. He nailed
They
it.
were paying you a license deal.
Yes! Why does Sam have such horrible people on his show? I'm okay with disagreeing with Sam politically because we disagree with things politically, but he's not an idiot. Sam is at least like he's not an idiot. Sam is not an idiot. Oh, it's okay. All right. 7.5 minutes. Oh boy, here we go.
A license fee.
Yeah.
So I licensed to Nat Geo. I never asked them who their investors were.
Who in National
different.
Geographic?
Yeah.
That's your comparison? Is National
Oh,
Geographic?
Tim, stop doing interviews. This isn't helping you.
Really?
When I license to like all these other big distributors, someone comes to me, they say, we want a license. It goes to our lawyer comes back, says, here's the agreed upon fee. I say, thank you and have a nice day, and then we move on.
So was it just Ruben who asked who Gerard,
Wait, you said lawyers, so your lawyers
Depardieu,
looked into
whatever
them?
that guy's name was?
I don't know what Dave did or anybody else did.
Did you ask about who that guy was?
Absolutely, and you know what's crazy?
Well, wait a second. Why did you ask about who that guy was?
Wanted to know. Isn't that due diligence?
Yeah, but you just said you don't ask who the investors are.
Oh, shit. Sam,
No, I said,
cooking.
do you? Like, do you dig into all of these things?
I've never actually.
Yeah, but the whole point of asking, do you dig into these people, is to show that
you do.
It's not
Yeah.
the expectation, and you didn't, right?
You're
that the whole point?
implying
Wasn't
that
what that
you
was
do.
in response to?
You. Like, do you dig into all of these things?
I've never actually been approached with anything even remotely like that.
So when I
Your
got reached
version
out
of the
to,
question
like,
was
by
rhetorical.
Discovery and Nat Geo,
Even remotely like that. So Sam is hinting at the dollar value there. So Sam hit both big points. This was a content distribution agreement, right? They were licensing your content. It's not just a sponsor. And it was a huge dollar amount. And Sam had both points. Good job. Not as strong as the second one, but we got 6 more minutes.
I said, I'm familiar with what this is.
Oh yeah, no. If a, I mean, I licensed my show to Peacock, and
right, you know what they are.
Well, yeah. I mean, National Geographic is a well-known thing. But if somebody comes in and says like, we're going to give you that kind of money for your programming,
what's the difference between a license and a sponsor? When somebody sponsors your content, they're basically coming with this saying like, hey, can you place an ad, or can you use your content to make people kind of like buy my stuff? I want you to endorse a product or show an advertisement to get people to buy stuff from me. Licensing content is saying, hey, I would like to buy the rights to distribute your content on my network. I want to buy the rights to your show so that I can distribute it to increase the, whatever of my network. There's a lot of things you do that, but it's buying the rights to content.
Yeah. Basically, you own the content. You're not just advertising on it.
For
you
Tim
own
Pool,
it.
His compensation was way,
so then that
way,
content
way,
is
way
now
above
beholden
market rate,
to
not
you.
even remotely close to what somebody like him, like at
That's
least
way
a order of
different.
magnitude greater. It was way bigger than what he should have expected to have gotten, which is, in my opinion, the largest argument for why he should have known, or he did know, that it was from dubious sources.
I'd be like,
how much money do you make on Majority Report?
Fuck is that?
How much money do you make on Majority Report?
How much do I make from on our revenue from the whole show?
All of it, 100%.
I mean, it's six
figures a
month? Revenue, yeah.
Per month?
Yeah.
For Sam individually, or for the entirety of the Majority Report?
Well, he said 100%.
Revenue, yeah.
Per month?
Yeah.
So why were you...
figures. Yeah.
So you're over 100K per month on Majority Report?
I think, well, I mean, some months. I mean, certainly the past couple of months have been really good. Some months are a little bit less.
I think you do a majority. I don't know about your other channels, but you do about 20 million per month in views.
Other channels?
Like, I don't know if you have other shows. I'm saying Majority Report does about 20 million.
That's it.
And with 20 million views per month, you do over 6 figures.
We had 20 million views for 2 months this year.
If you do 20 million views per month, I think is your YouTube metric.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit less now, but okay.
Oh, yeah. If a company came to you and wanted to license the show, which would...
I can tell you Peacock licensed a Majority Report. We were on Peacock for a year.
You want to say what they gave you?
I would need to know the details of that. If Peacock is asking, was it exclusive or was it non-exclusive? Because that's a big difference. Like if they're exclusively licensing their show for
seemed to do more damage when I use
it must have been. My guess would be a 7-figure deal. But if it was a non-exclusive, it might have been like, I don't know, 200, 300K maybe for the whole year. It depends. Like for non-exclusive, but I would need to know what. I would need to know more details. Like, are you making content? Well, yeah. Is it exclusive or non-exclusive? And then, like, what kind of rights are they buying to your content? Like, is it allowing them to post it into perpetuity? Are you allowed to retract all of your content after a year? Or it was non-exclusive for the first hour of their show, and then it was exclusive afterwards?
I will tell you this. From what I read, you made more in a month than we made in a year.
Yeah, that. Assuming it was non-exclusive, that sounds... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, assuming there were big parts that are not exclusive, that sounds right. But I would have to see the exact deal. But it's not. But whatever Tim Pool, if he's trying to draw a comparison, I don't know why Tim would even try to do this. Tim was being paid massively more than market rate. He's not. Him trying to do this weird code was, oh, that's what somebody my size could expect, is absolutely not true. He's so lying, and he's just relying on the fact that nobody knows what podcasts sell for or what YouTube videos sell for or whatever. He's way above market rates.
Yeah, but Sam knows.
I will tell you this.
He's in the same business.
From what I read, you made more.
Why would you assume that he wouldn't? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Maybe that's just bad business on your part, I guess.
Oh.
You're just so stupid.
Yep. Oh my God.
Sam, please fight him on this.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Shots are getting fired
maybe
here.
It turns out that they were just a company who had metrics as opposed to, like, were trying to get propaganda.
Yep.
Bingo.
No, I think,
I mean, like, they were, right? You know for a fact they were a company trying to get propaganda. So I don't know how you can say no to that. Yeah, that is true. They obviously weren't turning a profit. They weren't even remotely close to turning a profit on anything.
They weren't trying to.
You might buy early content as a loss leader, but they also weren't showing good growth either. That, like, I'm pretty sure Lauren was the one that was posting the videos on that channel that were getting more views than everybody else. And by that point, I'm pretty sure she was dwarfed in size by Tim Pool, probably smaller than Benny William or Johnson, I don't know, whatever the weird fucking dude is, and Dave Rubin, who I don't even know what his position is in the fucking media sphere now. Like, it's not even a good buy. Like, but even on metrics, ignoring revenues, ignoring, you know, money generated or whatever. Like,
we're trying to get propaganda.
No, I think.
See, I have a theory
I can tell you how much money we make at this company, right?
I would imagine it's millions.
Million per month, maybe.
So $12 million a year. And that's
I
not
don't know if I believe that anymore.
a red flag.
That Tim Pool's
No,
company
yeah,
generates
you're
millions
not.
per month.
Not
only
without
reason why
the
I'm
Russia
not
deal. He's
sure
not getting that.
is because I know some of those supplement ads can pay outrageous amounts. But absent the Russian money, I don't know if I believe that he's making that.
I don't.
That Tim Cast IRL is making 7 figures.
I
a
don't.
month.
That's like Joe Rogan money, and he's nowhere near Joe Rogan. I'm not buying it.
I would have to see other sponsors.
Okay.
So when a company
I'm not
comes to me
buying
and
it.
says we want
Not without
to
the Russia
have
money,
you,
no,
who makes,
I'm not buying it.
as a company, $1 million a month, a show in which we will have a non-exclusive distribution, but takes the branding, then we're going to say, in 1 or 2 years, how much do we make on this show per month? Well, it's in excess of 400,000.
This was a new show. This was this show, right?
Well, so there's a few caveats. This channel is my first channel. It's got 1.35 million subscribers. It used to be my biggest channel where I would routinely get 500,000 to 1 million per video, or maybe like 600,000 per video on certain shows. And then we're talking about doing a show like this where you'll get, you have 1 million, 1,000,005 subscribers. I've got 1 million plus subscribers, or with the other channels, it's big names coming, doing these debates tends to attract a lot of sponsorship. So,
had any
big names coming to do these debates attracts a lot of sponsorship? I don't believe that's true at all. The politics world is fucking AIDS cancer when it comes to politics. Or, I'm sorry, the politics world is AIDS cancer when it comes to sponsorships or advertising. Which is why my guess is, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, or if you have links to Tim's show, I'd be interested in seeing it. Does Tim even carry any, like, A-list, like, mainstream sponsors? Or is it all, like, Black Rifle Coffee and, you know, buy gold and invest in it? Like, are there even big name sponsors that are
I
on
haven't
any of
seen
Tim Pool's
any that I
shows? Like, does he have, like, a
familiar with.
Coca-Cola sponsor or a Samsung sponsor or anything like that? Or is it, like, all, like, VPNs and gold and...
Yep.
I've never seen a big name
It's
sponsor.
standard
on his
YouTube
show,
shit.
but I could
It's
be
a
wrong.
standard YouTube shit.
Tends to attract a lot of
He's
sponsorship.
banking on the fact that people don't know what
any
sponsors
other
pay.
deals like this?
But
Good
Sam
question.
knows.
Fuck, I hate that Sam is so ideologically captured. He's a smart guy. These are good questions. And he's not stupid. I'm sorry. I put so much stock into somebody just not being fucking stupid. Okay? And to just don't be a fucking idiot. You know what?
Yes.
Oh, you have had.
No, you haven't. That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie.
Yeah, it's
Please push him on
absolutely a lie.
specifics. He won't give any.
You'll get, you have 1 million, 1,000,005 subscribers. I've got 1 million plus subscribers, or with the other channels, it's subscribers. It used to be my biggest channel where I would routinely get 500,000 to 1 million per video, or maybe like 600,000 per video on certain shows. And then we're talking about doing a show like this where you'll get, you have 1 million, 1,000,005 subscribers. I've got 1 million plus subscribers, or with the other channels, it's big names coming, doing these debates tends to attract a lot of sponsorship. So
You had any other deal?
What does that even mean? Like, and again, hold on. To be honest, you can take things I say with a little bit of a grain of salt. Now, the thing is I don't do a lot of work with sponsors. I tend to know some industry rates, and I've done work with sponsors in the past, and I've seen larger deals in the past. But the thing is, I won't blatantly lie to you like Tempo will. So there might be things that are outside of like my intimate knowledge, but like even citing like, oh, here's the subscribers that my channel has. I've never had a combo with a sponsor. It's like, how many subs do you have? It's always how many views do you get per video, right?
Yep.
And then like
that's what they care
video
about.
can I stick
How
to?
many
How
customers
views
can I
expect to get
potentially
in a
reach
video? Like,
advertising
these
on
are the
your
like we've never heard somebody say like, oh, I've got 4 million subs. No one cares. They
No
want
one
to know
cares.
monthly video views, or they want to know the views.
They
on
want
the
to know how
videos
many
that their
people
ads
are
gonna be stuck
watching
on.
your shit.
That's what they want
Yeah.
to know. Like how many people are going to see the ad read. But I don't know.
So
You had any other deals?
That's what they're
like
paying
this?
for. I mean, that's why it's there.
Yes.
No.
Oh, you
It makes
have
no
had
sense for them to
other
go,
deals.
oh, well, you've got
So,
subscribers that
I
aren't
seem to
watching you. Of
remember
course, we're
you
going to advertise.
saying
Yeah, like they don't look at
Emma
that metric.
You had not that it was just all
fake
from
metric. They don't
members,
care.
or you didn't have any like.
Oh, and he's
Oh.
remembering. Yes, catch him in these traps. True, he did say that. He's like, oh, we don't take sponsors. It's all members to keep this show afloat.
Oh,
True.
yeah. Whoops.
And
Forgot
now
I
Tim
said
was going
that
to make
part.
up some bullshit about how he, well, I turned all those down, even though I had the offers. I turned them down.
Oh, yeah, he's going to say that they were offers.
There's no backers, right? It's
Tenet, a license deal is not a sponsorship. Like, I mean, I have sponsors.
sales. What do
Like,
you
I
mean?
have.
It's a sale. He said the quiet part out loud.
I don't even like this media outlet.
He
I
just
shouldn't
said the
be
quiet
giving
part
Sam
out
Cedar
loud.
credit. I shouldn't even be giving Sam credit because the only thing Sam Cedar is doing here is he's just being not a idiot who has some experience in the industry. The fact that Tim is trying to say that a licensing deal and a sponsor is the same thing, that's what he just said there, but Sam is kind of like, it's not the same. It's obviously and clearly not the same thing. We're talking about materially two completely different types of deals.
A license deal is not a sponsorship. Like, I mean, I have
It's
sponsors.
sales. What do
Like,
you
I
mean?
have. Well, it's different.
No
because
one has come to this company. Let's clarify.
Hello,
Let's-
Tushy.
He's going to say, no one's come to this country and told us what kind of content to make.
He comes and
Here's-
says, we want to sell
Here's your-
bidets.
here's the
I do
difference.
an ad, but I don't have a license.
No one has come to my companies
And told me what
plural,
kind of content
and
to
said,
make.
I will give you X in exchange for X.
For this, yeah, that's what, yeah.
In terms
Yeah.
of the production of content or a stake
They
in
didn't
in-
say those
Doesn't
exact
matter. People
words,
might
so it
come to
doesn't
you and
count.
support stuff that you're
Fuck
already
off.
saying, which is common for sponsors, obviously. Or they might see you giving very convenient lies, give you money for it, and now that compromises your ability to change your position in the future, right? Let's say that Israel came to me and they're like, we really like your position on Israel-Palestine. We're going to give you $5 million a month for it. Oh, cool. I'm not changing anything, guys. But let's say tomorrow it comes out that Netanyahu himself was, driving a tank through Khan Yunis, just running over Palestinians, and now you're looking at my content. I'm like, well, I'm not actually going to, I don't think, what do you want me to say? Running over people in tanks is bad, guys. What am I supposed to say about it, right? Well, there are going to be people looking at me and they're like, well, hold on. Do you have that opinion now just because Israel is giving you like $5 million a month? Or like, would you have had that opinion anyways? Like, I'm not sure, right? This is the issue with taking massive amounts of like money like this,
the company. We have no investors. We have no backing. We have sales.
Have you had other license deals like that? I'm not talking about a sponsor.
Yeah.
Tenet Media was not a sponsor.
It was a non-exclusive distribution license.
Correct. Which is not a sponsor.
Yeah, it was a license deal. Yeah. No, I get that.
So
have you had other license deals like that?
No, because if he did, Tim would have given them instead of like, pussyfooting around the topic like this. Tim would have just come out and said, yeah, we had this or that. But yeah.
Yes.
No.
And so this is
no. Name it. Talk about him. Ask him. Push him. What? Give an example of one of these things.
Not.
With who? Is it another? I mean, I'm just curious.
Well.
Oh, I can't say because
Full contract,
you
yeah.
didn't sign anything. And even though I asked you how much money you made with Peacock, and those figures are certainly NDA'd, would be my guess. The specifics of a contract there are probably going to be NDA'd as part of the contract that you sign. Or you might even sign an NDA before negotiations. You're working with a company
Probably,
that's not being lazy.
dependent on-
But now he can't even mention the company that he negotiated with. He can't even say the name of somebody. He can't even say the type of deal it would have been in without even mentioning the name of the company.
This is not.
With who? Is it another? I mean, I'm just curious.
Well, I gotta wait because some of these deals are still in contract negotiations, so I can't.
Oh, so you didn't have any prior to the
Oh, so you lied. So you don't actually have any deals like this. You lied. These were all after the Tenet thing.
Tenet.
Yep.
You did.
I have licensed content to big networks.
Oh, and now he's. I have licensed content to big networks. That's not what was being asked.
Yeah,
right?
that's
He
different.
did photography for National Geographic. Now it sounds like he's referring to shit way in the past, right? Now he's dancing around again. Yeah.
We have explicitly and on a low scale.
Prior to this, you had licensed it to other big networks.
No, Sam, don't let him.
No,
he's
no.
lying. He's getting.
Don't
out of
fall
this,
for
right?
this trick.
He's never had a deal like this before. He's fucking lying. That's why he's weaseling around this like a lying little fucking rat snake fuck. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Is get away from this point.
I'm confused as what I have licensed.
Tim's not confused. He just knows that it's hard to answer this question without actually blatantly lying while still like being cute around the subject.
Licensed it to other big networks.
I'm confused as what I have licensed my content to other big networks.
Prior to the Tenet.
Yes. Yeah.
Licensed my content. He's not asking about shit you
Yeah.
did.
He's
Because
not
Tim
asking
is
about
gonna say
individual
here, I don't know what's
episodes.
going to come up when Sam asks
Or
him,
individual,
well, I
yeah, like
licensed
your
to
content could be pictures, could be a
CNN or
ton of
MSNBC
things.
Or National
Doesn't necessarily
Geographic
mean
when I
your
did
show.
work 10
Yeah.
years ago,
That's
or
different.
Or Vice, whatever his start was. In
He's
media.
giving a very
That's
different
obviously
answer.
That's not what Sam is asking.
Yes.
Oh,
and we also
Yeah,
what
he's
were those
dodging.
networks?
So like Nat Geo and
No! He's so predictable. I hate these people. He's so predictable. I could just write the lies, and I could write them better. Listen, Tim, have a person reach out to me, and I could write your script better than this. There are better ways you could dodge the answers to these questions, okay? You can't do it because you're too stupid to do it. You honestly just don't even know what the talking about. Or you're relying on your audience being stupid, okay? I can write these lies better than you're doing them in real time. Fuck.
prior to the tenant.
He's referring to work that he's done way before Timcast IRL. That's what he's doing.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
and we also
what were those networks?
So like Nat Geo and Discovery when they hired me for content.
No, I'm talking about these shows.
Yeah, now, okay, Sam's pushing
There you
more
go.
and more.
He's
No,
getting there.
Tim has never, ever done any of these things, and you're going to have to ask in specificity every single possible question because Tim is doing his best to avoid the answer. Oh, I'm happy that Sam is at least asking the right questions. Jesus.
I'm not talking about when you were, I'm talking about, the whole Timcast world.
Before Tenet, there were 3 negotiations currently taking place.
Okay, now we're getting closer. Before Tenet, there were 3 negotiations taking place. Okay, that now because they're negotiations, you can't talk about any of them. Before Tenet, that was over a year ago. How long do these negotiations take?
And I can't say
Not
too
that
much
long.
because I can't violate other contracts.
You can't talk about. There is no
Bullshit.
NDA in the
Bullshit,
world
bullshit,
that you've
bullshit,
ever signed that's like,
bullshit.
you
Yeah.
cannot mention any part of this agreement ever, even talking vaguely about it, even if you don't mention the name of the company, even like, bro, what kind of slave contracts? What is the insane shit that you're working with here where you can't even mention the unsigned deals that you've had in the past, even parts of them without attaching the name of a company to them? Even HIPAA, by the way, is not this strict. Like, I can talk to you about a patient as long as there's no personally identifiable information. I don't use their like name or whatever. Like, even HIPAA is not this strict, bro.
Offers were made.
You're not supposed to tell who you're licensing to?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that
thank
doesn't
you.
make sense.
Sam, it's just, Sam doesn't even deserve the credit I'm giving him. He's just not a fucking moron. He's worked in this industry and he's not an idiot. Okay, these are basic fucking questions. You can't even say who you were in negotiations with. Even if they didn't come through,
That's not
you
the
can't
way
say
that
what
works.
company you were talking to.
When you were in contract negotiations,
A year ago. Are these still ongoing?
first, you don't go out and just say, hey, guess what this company's offering me right now.
No, of course.
Contract
No,
negotiations
you don't do
and
that,
mentioning
but
specific offers
that's
are not
different.
the same, right? You might be NDA'd around the specifics of a negotiation, but you can't even mention who you're talking to? You can't even mention that?
Not. Of course not. I'm not asking what you're in negotiations for the future.
Correct. That's right. He's just asking about your prior negotiations, who they were with, or some vagueness around the contract.
I'm saying prior
All right, so
to
let me
Tenet-
finish. Yes.
Prior to Tenant Media,
Okay.
had you had any other license deals?
License deals presented.
He's purposefully
That's the first
making
thing.
you
The answer
ask
is
the
no, you
question
haven't
in
had
a
any
very
license deals.
specific way.
Now, it sounds like you maybe were negotiating some things. Now, I don't know why you would still be negotiating these, 16, 18, 24 months later for whatever reason,
wouldn't
but
be.
nothing has come through yet, I guess.
It's not the way that works.
That were comparable, and one was chosen.
Okay,
and some are ongoing.
So you never had any other deals. People had proposed them to you, but you'd never
With
signed
higher
a deal.
rates.
He's lying.
Yep.
And if he's
He's
not
absolutely
lying,
lying.
God, I hope Sam asks him, wait a second. Those people were offering even more money? Then why did you choose explicitly to go with Tenant Media? You chose Tenant Media even though you were getting better offers? Which is a lie, by the way. He didn't get a better offer. That is a lie. 100% that's a lie.
I can't teleport across.
100%. And if he thinks I'm lying about it being a lie, he's welcome to sue me. He's lying, though, 100%.
We were offered more money from other companies.
And you,
Or if they
Which
were
is why he's
offered
not gonna
more
sue you,
money,
'cause he knows
which
he's lying.
I'm trying to think if his show would ever get more than $5 million. If they were offered more money, it wasn't for a comparable deal. It was for exclusively licensed content, and a lot of it, not just one hour bullshit podcast a week that they had a non-exclusive. It would be like, you need to produce a show just for us on our network that we have full rights to, that you have to do a certain
Yeah, we want to own
number
it.
of days a month or a week or whatever.
We want to
You went
control
with
it
Tenet.
because they want to control you and your
That's the
content.
next question. Good job. Yeah.
More ongoing.
So you never had any other deals. People had proposed them to you, but you'd never
With
signed
higher
a deal.
rates. We were offered more money from other companies.
And you went with Tenant.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
A license deal.
Why?
Why?
I was offered a license agreement.
I
for
don't think he knows what
comparable-
license means.
I
Or
try to
well,
keep it
he
vague, I
does.
guess,
He's,
'cause
he's
So
dodging.
just to be clear, you never signed another deal before Tenant. You had never had a license deal prior to that.
Correct.
As Timcast.
No. Okay, look. Yes, I did. I said it like 5 times now.
Now he's going to go back to the National Geographic stuff. He's about to go back to
Yep.
Nat Geo and Discovery. He's about to go back to Nat Geo and Discovery.
I've licensed content to a ton of networks.
He's going back to his 5+ years ago, whatever, as an individual.
Oh, I was just curious as to what networks those were. I don't know why you're getting so upset.
Because I've said it 5
'Cause
times.
he's
you keep
caught.
asking the same question over and over
But
again.
you
'Cause
said
he's
Nat
caught.
Geo.
Yeah.
So I've licensed content to like Discovery Net,
Oh, and then what was it? Vice, CNN, MSNBC?
Geo, and then there's media buyers who
But
do
not
general-
as Timcast.
God,
Correct.
stop running from
Not
me.
as Timcast.
Quite literally as Timcast.
Oh, he's going to say quite literally as Timcast, but like 5 years ago before he had his big shows.
I
This is like when
am
he just
Timcast.
first started as a fucking, like, name one of these offers.
From this channel.
Oh, really? To Nat Geo? Okay.
Yes, and I've even appeared on their networks. So I don't know, I can say it a million times.
Like even that, what does that mean? Appeared on their networks? What does that have to do with licensing content from your IP? What does it have to do with appeared on their networks? Or do you mean your show has appeared on their networks? Because in that case, why not just say it then? Because we should just be able to see it. If you sign, like, I can say publicly that I signed a deal with Rumble, I signed a deal with Kick. I'm literally on their platform. Like, I can say that because I'm obviously there. Why wouldn't you just say it?
Because it's true.
God, I hate him. Oh,
it's
my
obvious.
God,
You're not saying anything privileged because people can see you on those platforms. So it's obvious that you have a deal to work with those platforms.
There's no way that his audience like watches this and perceives him as anything but, right? Like that's just so crazy to me.
When your audience is as dumb as you are, yes.
Oh, that's so crazy to me.
Yep, people are that stupid.
How do you develop your ideas in terms of politics and or other topics? How can I ensure I'm actually informed and not just taking echoing ideas? I don't know, bro. You just got to do some reading.
Yep, just don't believe everything you're told. Fact check things. That's all you got to do. Just fact check things.
True.
Just be the guy that fact checks
trying
things.
to come up with some sort of a
Mark my
Zelensky
words.
tried to come on.
Whoa!
Yeah, they tried to get Zelensky on. I was like, what are you talking about?
Do you, when you get an offer for somebody, they must come at your bookers or whatever. Do you like stop?
Does majority report only making low six figures a month surprise you? No, that's a decent. What do you mean? That network making over $1 million in revenue? I think is pretty good. How many people do they have working there? Like 6 or 7?
Like, hold on, let me think about this. Whether I want to be part of the story or not,
100%.
whether it'll be interesting or not.
Well, I wanted to stay out of the presidential election shit.
Yeah, what happened?
He says before bringing on the former president and endorsing him.
Gary Kasparov, famous StarCraft player. Rogan is under no obligation to host Zelensky, Klitschko, I can't pronounce his name, or anyone else.
As far as I know,
After
he's
viciously
he's
attacking
not
Ukraine
under.
with bullshit talking points. His agenda is clear if he doesn't allow for equal time. I'll also offer my services if a chess champion isn't too threatening for him. How do you avoid sounding arrogant or closed-minded when arguing a topic you're more read up on, e.g. pro-Trump family at Thanksgiving dinner, hurling conspiracy theories you've all heard before? I don't know. It depends on the... I mean, like, obviously you can't scream at people and over, you know, factually this is true or blah, blah, blah.
They don't care about the facts.
Usually you just have to be empathetic, understand their point of view, try to, like, ask questions, like,
pretend to be
gentle.
empathetic.
Like, that's such a vague question. Or your question's not vague, but, like, you have to understand, when you ask me, like, how do you debate without sounding mean? It would be like asking a doctor, like, how do you treat a patient without killing them with side effects, right? Like, I mean, like, it depends on so many, that's such a broad question. It depends on so many different things, you know? Oh, I've seen this cringy fucking shit. That some of these guys, I think it's mainly him, but some of these, like, not dark web, intellectual dark web people were like, oh, now that Trump is in, he's been like these are schizophrenic thoughts, okay? So, like, Trump has secretly been talking to us the entire time, and now that he's in, he's going to make all of us.
He's been communicating with them via telepathy.
I don't know if that's what this clip is about, but I've seen some things from this cringe lord saying that. Holy cringe.
Hope that the U.S. could restart cowboy science, that we could drive a wooden stake through the heart of DEI, which devitalizes us, that we could bring back the great man theory of physics, which is just a belief in the individual rather than the committee, or that something is in the zeitgeist or the Volksgeist.
I could be wrong because I don't do a lot of individual science, obviously, like actual scientific research, not even like reading papers, but like publishing papers. But the way that I've always heard this expressed is that today, like the problems with science, or not the problems with science, but if you want to make big breakthroughs, you're part of like massive teams of people working on things because you have to be so specialized in the research, working in such like grand laboratories.
We've reached that point.
Like with the Large Hadron Collider.
There are no more Einsteins who just figure it all out by themselves.
So many people all
You
around the
need
world
think
working
tanks.
on them. That the idea that you're having one guy come in and he's like, actually, relativity, whoa, and like blowing everybody's mind, it's just generally not. That just isn't the way that scientific progress happens now. Not because we don't value great men or great individual scientists. It's just really hard for one person to like come through with that breakthrough. That's why
Yeah,
so many of
we're
the
way
big papers
past
that are
that
published
point
will have like tons of researchers
in
that
our
are
evolutionary
accredited.
process.
But, I mean, I don't know.
Is in the zeitgeist or the Volksgeist. It could build us the most fantastic weapons we've ever seen. But it's now time to risk it all. The thing that I'm really excited about is the end of the stagnation in theoretical physics. And in particular, I have an entrant in that, which is called geometric unity, which has been completely misunderstood because nobody has actually really gone into it.
You've mentioned to Brian Keating that you may be releasing a geometric unity paper this year or some other form of additional material on the topic. What is your thinking around this? What's the process you're going through now?
Well, it's very
preparing this.
I use April 1st to try to start a tradition, which I hope to use to liberate mankind. The tradition is that at least one day a year, you should be able to say heretical things
April
and not have Jack
1st?
Dorsey boot you off or Mark Zuckerberg.
April
or
Fool's
should
Day?
call you up and say, what did you say?
Why'd you pick that day?
We need, at some level, to have a jubilee from centralized control. And so my hope is that, you know what a tradition is in America? Something a baby boomer did twice. Impeachment? It's very funny.
Oh.
This place is like
okay,
a
my
maze.
bad. So he didn't actually publish a paper. He posted it as a YouTube video instead. And then made a website.
Oh, that's official.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And taken it seriously. And it's going to be hysterically funny if for 40 years I've been trying to have the conversation with a community that refuses to have the conversation openly and honestly. There's like all this backstabbing and skullduggery and interference competition, all that, is for the same time that string theory has taken up all the oxygen. Geometric unity has been available, and if I'm correct.
Is string theory something that's even like ultra commonly discussed or theorized or written
No.
about? Like,
no, it's not.
Is there a lot of oxygen being given to string theory these days? I don't know. I don't know which we could look at. I don't even know
Not that I'm
what
aware of.
journal publishes the most about like theoretical physics and whatnot, but
There's so much great work to be done, and there's so much hope, and there's so much possibility, because if we can start believing that the stars are a vacation destination, that we can homestead in the cosmos, it's going to be that moment with Ferdinand and Isabella on a scale that we've never seen.
I also think something that helps. Also, keep in mind, I'm not a science expert, okay? I'm not a science expert, but if you want to make big headway, I think, into any of these scientific fields by proposing a new theory, at the very least, ideally, your theory should be able to explain something or predict something that certain models can't account for, right? Like,
Yeah, you got to
like
do something. new.
relativity. I'm trying to think.
You got to
Relativity
explain
was able
something
to make novel
unexplained.
predictions that couldn't be explained by classical mechanics. Things related to time
Otherwise,
dilation,
it's not a discovery.
things related to reconciling different speeds and multiple frames of reference. Like relativity made novel predictions that could not be accounted for with the standard. I shouldn't say the standard model actually. With like classical mechanics or whatever. Like, is there some problem? Is there some novel prediction that Weinstein's theory makes that can't be accounted for with QFT, or that can't be explained, or some problem that it helps to solve? Like,
That's a good question.
And I think it's hard to talk about because nobody has there are very few unprecedented things. If you think about the hydrogen bomb in '52, nobody had ever seen a thermonuclear explosion on planet Earth. That's the kind of thing that only happens in the sun. This is one of the only things that's never happened.
Boss fight.
okay. It's supposed to be a theory of everything. Yeah, but
Yep.
I think I'm trying to think if I want to butcher my way through giving a hack misunderstanding of anything. I don't think there's a good way in right now with quantum mechanics to understand how gravity works. For
crap.
some reason, I don't know why. I can't break it down in detail. There's not a good way to account for it. Although there's I think there's hacky add-ons to do it, but there's just not a good way to account for, I guess, how gravity works or what exactly it is. And that's like the unifying theory. But the idea that this guy who has he ever published a paper in anything his entire life has stumbled upon the answer that thousands or tens of thousands of other physicists, thinkers, engineers, whatever, all these other people that are working in the field and working with these things, I don't know. Maybe, who knows. 124 in this video. I see this Professor Dave video. I don't know. I don't have time to watch this hour, 20, whatever minute video, but
Real audience, random people on the internet. His pseudo paper is not intended for an academic audience at all. Why would he expect to be taken seriously?
wait, read the first line in this paper. The author is not a physicist and is no longer an active academician.
Academician.
That is an entertainer and host of the Portal podcast. This work of entertainment is a draft of work in progress, which is the property of the author and thus may not be built upon or renamed or profited from without express permission of the author. Okay.
by the scientific community when he is specifically telling everyone that he shouldn't be taken seriously. Indeed, nobody in the physics community cared at all or acknowledged him in the slightest, which Eric then pretended to be enraged about, like a little play for his fans. For years, he had been baselessly complaining about how string theory has a mafia-like stranglehold on funding in the field and aggressively shuts out alternative ideas.
Thanks for the follow, Sam.
Especially his, which is so revolutionary, he regularly claims, that it is the key to achieving faster-than-light travel and making us a space-colonizing multiplanetary species. Yeah.
Because you're saying we could get off this planet. What are you talking about in terms of the actual implementation of this theory of yours?
Despite his disclaimers, the dialogue Eric had been pretending to yearn for suddenly came. Two people from within the Discord server, a mathematician and a physicist, decided to dig into Eric's work. They published a paper discrediting it more than a month before Eric even put out his pretend paper. Based on
after you did all that work to discredit Terrence Howard?
Eric Weinstein's background, he has a PhD
Your own theory
in
doesn't even hold
mathematical
water?
physics from Harvard University in 1992.
Party's off to meet the maker, is she? I'd love to be
Yep, we got her.
that little chat.
Minions deal 15% increased damage. So this one's better than what I got. Just gotta put a link in it. Probably get better support for that, actually. Not sure I even want the Predator support.
Still breathing, eh?
Phone ring. Hold on to that. %14 elemental resistance. That one's 15. Large hybrid flask. Instant recovery. That'll save my life. Alright, I need to add a link to that. Item is currently equipped. Really? I have to unequip it to use it? Item sockets are not empty. Jesus. There. Okay, what do I have that might support, what is it? Raging Spirit? That's what I got there? Yeah. Summon Raging Spirit, minion damage support. Just make them do more damage. Versus deal 8% more damage to the prey with hits and elements. So I have to like mark it first for them to do more damage. Oh, and this one's 25% more. Yeah, it's just more across the board. Why was I even ever keeping this thing? Means now I can redo my skills because I don't have. Now if you got Frostbolt down there, I guess Frostbolt's fine down there. Yeah, okay. Well, whatever.
You are the true spirit of the Makoru, the shark. not the cowardly beast that sinks its teeth into the lonely swimmer. You strike the Waikoama, the canoe, spilling a feast of men into the water. Hunters turned hunted, that you dine on at your pleasure.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, lady. Glacial Cascade, Flame Blast, Firestorm, Ball Lightning. What's the minion one? Ray Spectre. I'll probably go with that one. Nations. Summon Reaper. That's the one I want. The Summon Reaper.
You have claimed the most worthy of praying, Koru. Piety, the mistress of corruption. I'm not saying the war is over, but you've given Rayclast a much-needed respite. Because of you, this land lives to see another dawn. And don't forget that you've done Grigor and Clarissa a justice of some magnitude. They will wish to speak to you.
Oh, you got it, baby. Alright, I gotta get rid of something here. Crossbow. You done. Summon Reaper time. Alright.
Wherever he is, I'm sure Tolman knows what you've done. I know you didn't do it for him, or for me. It doesn't matter. Piety's reign of cruelty is over. Thank you.
You're welcome. Not even gonna give me a reward? You.
Piety dies amongst her abominations, her warped dream taunting her, maddeningly out of reach. As a poet, I'm fond of that creed of justice. Here, the executioner...
Yes, the executioner needs recompense. Thank you. Somebody give me a reward for my fucking good deeds.
You've got the strings, but the master remains. Dominus. That key you've picked up, I heard the Blackguard talk of it. The one key to the scepter of God, the northern edge of the Blackguard cabinet. Only Piety was permitted to carry it. Dominus accessed his laboratory of the tower via a pulley system linked to the
Milkshake.
That way will be barred. And I heard of no one, including Piety, going in or coming out of the tunnels. Go with care, exile.
Why do they make a milkshake?
Inside that tower, if even Piety and
Yep.
Dominus feared to tread its steps.
How do you make them? Like, give me a straw. To drink a milkshake. You put whole ass chunks of cookies in. They don't fit through the straw. It's good though. Come on. Come out. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's stuck to the bottom. Okay, let's get you.
There we go. Ah. It's good. A glass of water will wash it out. Okay, there we go. All right. Is that all the story stuff I need to look at? Oh. All right, where am I at with this? No way to King's March. Okay, I'm not worried about the King's March stuff, except for... I'll go do this one first. Alright, back to it.
So, he is background and credentialed in this, so I don't know why he would say in his paper that he's not a physicist. I don't know. When it just says mathematical physics, I don't know if that means he doesn't do any research.
Probably because he's not currently a physicist anymore.
I mean, your PhD, I imagine you did a dissertation, extensions of self-dual Yang-Mills equations across the 8th dimension.
Look at the sheen on that plum. Is it not the most delectable fruit that you've ever seen? No? Perhaps the gloss of hope is for my eyes.
Whatever, eat your damn plum and give me my reward.
Wondrous! Nothing bonds two souls more soundly than murder. For that reason alone, I knew you could be relied upon. Now, amateur vintnering. Quick squeeze of the plum like so into the decanter. Oh my! Look how it transmutes the juice so swiftly from material to spectrum. Effortless. And what an aroma.
Glad you're happy with it. Rarity of items found. Maximum life, maximum mana.
A toast to swift.
I do not care what you have to say anymore. Just, are you dead now? Nope, he's not dead. We'll run into him again. Alright.
So, he's a math guy. Yeah, but I think a lot of theoretical physics is probably like, my guess would be, is very, 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 very math heavy, right?
Yep. One would assume.
These two were Timothy Nguyen and someone going by the pseudonym Theo Polya.
I promise you. Oh wait, Dustin, he's really smart. Yeah, I'm sure. He might be in his area, although this even should be his area. I guess the thing that confuses me is that like even this James Lindsay guy, or is it Lindsay James? Isn't he a PhD math person as well? Am I making that up? What did he get his? What did he do his PhD in? Oh, PhD in mathematics. This guy's a PhD in math, so I would assume at least he has numbers and shit well. But when I debated this guy on stage, like, he didn't even know basic finance, and he wants to talk about like insane shit relating to. It wasn't DEI back then that everybody freaked out about. It was ESG.
The SJW stuff, yeah.
But like, I don't understand how you could know so much here and then like try to make these like really basic arguments about finance, but not even understand like just basic finance. I don't know, man. That's just I don't understand. I don't understand these people. I don't know, man.
Eric didn't like this one bit
They're
as it
called
ruined his whole facade,
grifters.
so he began to attack anyone who acknowledged this paper, accusing them of backstabbing him, and then eliminated his critics altogether by
Fake
cutting
it
the
till you make
Discord in
it.
half, banning many members, and maintaining correspondence only with his remaining acolytes, thereby enacting the precise brand of suppression he falsely accuses academia of doing. You can see just how volatile Eric would get when pressed about this paper by listening to this conversation on Clubhouse. Somebody is asking when Eric will address the criticism head-on, and this is how he decided to handle it.
When we'll hear like a debate with you and Theo and Timothy about
Sorry, who's Theo?
Timothy and Theo, they put out their retort to...
Sorry, who's Theo?
Theo Polya and Timothy...
I'm not aware of Theo Polya. Where did,
we don't know who he is. Yeah, we have
who's
to know
Theo
who he
Polya?
Do you know who Timothy Nguyen is?
Let's talk about
He
Theo Polya.
knows
Who's
who
Theo
they
Polya?
are.
He's the co-author from the paper.
Who is he? Yeah, who is he? I don't know.
That wasn't the question, though,
No,
right?
that is the question.
No, the question was...
No, that is
so
the question. No,
you
you're not
can't
understanding.
you
No,
can't
you're not
all
understanding me.
these
I've never heard in the history of physics anybody expecting to be taken seriously as an anonymous critic.
As you can see.
Wait, why would that matter?
It's
Wouldn't it
pretending
just
to be
about the
anonymous.
information and the facts and the knowledge, bro.
Yes, that's what it
Because
should
if you
be
just want to
about.
appeal to the mainstream, if you
He's
can't be an anonymous
dodging.
author, then I mean, bro, what do you like? Where's your paper published? You're literally self-hosting a theory of everything paper. You can't even publish it in a shitty journal. Like, I'm sure he's famous enough to get a shitty journal to publish it. No, like, what's the point?
I would
don't know.
imagine so.
Eric fixates on the identity of Theopolia, cutting off the person speaking repeatedly as a way of derailing the conversation. It's irrelevant who Theo is. If there is substance to the criticism, it doesn't matter who is providing it, just like his insistence that it doesn't matter that his grand theory is coming from someone totally outside of academia. Eric should engage with the criticism, especially since the other author is not anonymous. Tim Wynn is a mathematician with a doctorate in gauge theory, the exact same field as Eric,
He's
and he is
smart enough
desperately
to know
hiding
that
from this
this won't
fact.
work.
Apart from flat out muting the person asking him about this paper, he pulls out every other excuse in the book to run away from it, from pretending it doesn't exist to making up stories about the authors being internet trolls who harassed his family and everything else imaginable.
Behavior of those gentlemen, however many there are, 2 or more, including various misogynistic comments against my colleagues, disrespecting Sabina Hassenfelder, who, while she may be a critic, is also a friend of mine. I'm fucking sick of these 2 people, assuming it is 2 people. Maybe it's, but we don't know what Theopolia is.
Great.
So sorry. No.
So there is a paper that was put out rebutting geometric unity, right?
No, there wasn't a paper that was put out rebutting geometric unity. There was an attempt to publish something on the archive, which was rejected.
Yeah, but your paper isn't even published anywhere, no? Are there any more car streams in the future? Did you find this out what you wanted? Can you tell us what it is? No, I'm never buying a new car ever. But if I did, it would be that, whatever that GTR thing. No, not the GTR. Is it the Porsche 991992, whatever the fuck, whatever that was? GT3, that thing, yeah.
That attempted to get in front of the draft that I put out, specifically looking at the text messages that were found on the server that supports these people to, quote, make me cry, close quote.
Why not just, like, they wrote a whole ass paper for you to respond to. What, like, I feel like this is a dream. I would cry if somebody actually wrote out a thing of substance for me to respond to instead of just, like, personally insulting me all day. This is, like, the best thing in the world. If you're so smart and you are, respond to it.
Talking about is a phenomenon where people are trying to exploit a situation in order to make a name for themselves.
Impossible.
And you'll notice that many people from that Discord server are trying to get people like you to react to me, to name these names.
No,
no, you're not. I'm going to mute you if you don't keep it up. All right, you're muted now. I think you're not understanding what I'm saying. And we don't allow people in general to go around making a name for themselves by being obnoxious, misogynistic, manipulative. It's fucking enough.
Using all the buzzwords.
He calls them Archive meets 4chan, as though he isn't...
Did you read all of Mr. Girl's substantive paper? No. Jesus.
Where the fuck is the entrance to this place? Get him, Reaper. It's through here. Alright, here we go. Finally found another door. The Ebony Barracks. I feel like I've been there. Library. Damn it, yes. So not the door we're looking for. Our princess is in another castle. I'm done fighting everything. I'm just gonna walk through until I find the fucking door. Well, until I run into something like that. Ooh, it's a row. Alright. Back to it. If it ain't elite, I ain't fighting it. That's how that's gonna work. I'm mapping this place out right now. Okay, well, it's not down here. Still no door. I'm following the path. Maybe it'll lead to a door. Yeah, here we go. We found something. Locked the door. Aha! Send the scepter of the gods.
Remember, Dominus, what goes up must come down.
Watch more stuff. Ain't got nobody here to keep me company. Back to town while I wait. Clear up my inventory. Do something productive on here before I explore a new area. But yeah, alright then. Cheerio. Goody gumdrops and all that. Increase damage, increase spell damage. I need minions. Nothing from my minions on that. What about you?
14 intelligence. I lose my intelligence. A bunch more energy shield and reflex stuff back to attacker. I lose my fire resistance. Eight to intelligence. That's plus 14. Yeah. It's running into that same problem again where all the stuff I got's still better than what I'm picking up. Maximum mana. Dexterity. Cast speed. Energy shield. Plus 22% fire resistance though. Lightning and fire resistance. Yeah, I could use this instead of that. Still don't have enough dexterity to use that though. Damn, that's what I was hoping would happen.
Hello.
Alright then. What's this one? Minions have resistance. I don't really have a problem with my minions dying though. So 14%, 15%. Cool.
Mate.
Dun dun. Enough to triple these.
How you going? You right?
Oh fuck. I didn't mean to put those up. Alright, there we go. I think I might stop right there and take a nap actually. And then we'll pick this up in a few hours, boys. We've been streaming for a few hours here. I started late tonight though. Yeah. I gotta go back to Scepter of the God. I'll watch this one.
Boys and girls, Thanksgiving is coming up, and everyone is thinking about, I don't know, spending time with their family, rekindling old relationships, and having a fun, wholesome time eating some turkey at the dinner table. But before you do all of that, before you do whatever it is you think is important with your family, we've got something very important to discuss. Like more allegations of abuse. Hooray! Yes, everybody, happy Thanksgiving. We got our priorities straight this year. This year has been like the year of allegations. I mean, we had Dr. Disrespect, we had Chris Tyson, we had The Do. We've had so many different allegations to varying levels of severity, varying levels of evidence, varying levels of proof, and some of them have also been false. And the most recent allegations are about Tectone. He's a huge streamer. You guys probably know him as being one of these, he plays these weird anime games, okay? It's not really my thing. It's like an anime game, but it's gambling. I don't really understand it. I don't really get it.
You
I don't
mean
really
Genshin
like
Impact?
anime. You know, it's not my world, not my thing, but he does
It's like
it, and he's very
anime, but
successful at
gambling.
it. And he's so big on Twitch that he is, or rather was until this happened, a member of OTK, also known as One True King, which is basically like a streamer group, frat house sort of thing, where a bunch of popular streamers make a bunch of content together, and more often than not, they accuse each other of going guerrilla mode on each other sometimes, now and then. I think this is like the third time there's been allegations about someone in this specific group, which, in fairness, with any concentration of people put in one place, there's bound to be an allegation between each other, especially when they're all degenerate YouTube people, degenerate streamer people, right? Like way back in the day, we had the allegations that Adriana Lee made against Crazy Slick, who was Mizkif's best friend. Mizkif obviously being a very big streamer. He's also a member of OTK, and it caused a lot of strife, a lot of problems within
There you
the
go.
OTK
Send in the army.
organization. So needless to say, OTK has been in a lot of controversy, and a lot of tweets about the situation are like, it's always OTK, which it's not always OTK, but it has happened with OTK people before. Their rep is just destroyed. I feel like Mizkif at this point is probably like, man, what have I done? But what else could really get you guys in the Thanksgiving mood aside from discussing allegations of misconduct? I mean, come on, guys. I'm basically at the dinner table right now. I'll have some allegations with a side of cranberry sauce. Now, a little bit of a disclaimer here. I'm not a huge fan of Tectone or anything, but I have seen some of his content. I've seen some of his takes
I've seen
around.
none of his
I think he's
content.
pretty funny. Okay,
I
think
mean,
he's a
other
funny
than
guy,
the
so there is a slight amount of
time he
bias
called
here in terms
Frogan
of
Jabba
that,
the
but I
Hutt,
don't really have any stake in
which,
whether he's innocent or
respect.
guilty. We're just going to look over the allegations
She
as
deserved
they
it.
are and try to come to our own conclusion based on the evidence that we have, which in this case, well, we'll get to it. Now, this entire drama started from Tectone's former love interest. Maybe love is a strong word there, but former interest. Her name is Pinky Chew, and even prior to this situation, they actually made headlines in regards to their relationship. Earlier this year, Pinky defended Tectone after people online were speculating that he had divorced his ex-wife after having an affair with Pinky Chew. And so at the time, she was clearly defending him. She was on his side. She was like, no, Tectone's a good guy. That didn't happen. He followed the boundaries of the relationship. He followed the boundaries of good standing for content creators, okay? Because, hey, if you're a content creator and you have a bad thing happen in a relationship, well, I personally think that you're done. You're toast.
Was it cheating on her with Pinky before divorce?
And like I said, and I'm gonna clear it up again, that's not true, okay? I've already shown you my tweet, my first messages with Tectone, and as you can see, even with the cameras that she spied on, it was in December, okay? December 18th is when we met in real life. December 16th is when we first ever spoke and had any kind of interaction, like online. And then here is a public divorce. The date of the filed divorce was November 21st, 2022, okay? Bream had already moved out in September, and they're already talking about and trying to get paperwork together for divorce. She didn't file it till November, okay? So there was no
This
cheating.
is why
Now,
you
months
just gotta
after that
not
incident, Pinky would
hook
also
up
vaguely
for
talk on
like at
strings
least
about
6
being
months
cheated
after
on.
you separate from your wife when you're getting married.
Has
When
anyone
you're getting
ever
divorced,
here
you know.
ever been cheated
I mean,
on?
legally you're supposed to be
How do you
separated a
react
year
to something
before
like
the
that,
divorce is
by the
finalized,
way?
but
Like,
you want to
are you-
avoid
is it
drama
weird?
like this.
I know
You
some
just have to
people are
not
like,
hook up
"Oh,
for 6 months.
You'll crash out or something when
At least
you
3
learn
months.
about that, like you got cheated on. But is it weird that for me,
You just gotta
like, I just
keep
like,
your head
oh
clean
my
for a
God, I
while,
don't have to
have a
deal with
clean
this
break.
piece of shit anymore.
And this obviously led a lot of people to speculate that Tectone may have cheated on her in that relationship. There may have been some kind of situation there where maybe she was defending him and she didn't really mean it, or she was lying for him, she was covering for him, and then later on maybe he got her back, maybe he cheated on the wife and cheated on her. Like, there's just a lot of crazy speculation around this stuff. You guys know how it goes with any drama situation, especially with the personal lives of streamers who have some of the most parasocial audiences ever. It can get touchy. It can get very touchy. But at this point in time, Pinky Chew was not coming out against Tectone. She was avoiding going full blazing saddles, blaze of glory, burn it to the freaking ground by Linkin Park. Okay, she was avoiding that. But in September, she would actually tweet something. Please stop talking about me on stream. Stop lying. I broke up with you because I suspected you were cheating on me. Stop
Jesus.
taking pot shots at me on stream. You know, the next day we got back together, I broke up with you on July 23rd. Didn't want to be your friends with benefits on July 26th. You wouldn't even let me ride in the car with you and Sophia, and I was outside the house drunk and alone. I'm not stupid, and I suspected cheating. Just stop. It wasn't good. It was a lot of bad. So it's obvious here that their relationship has fallen apart. They're no longer buddy-buddy.
Yep.
They're not getting along in the way that they used to. And so now she's coming out against him and making some allegations. But it's nothing too serious, right? It is obviously, I mean, cheating's not a good thing to do, but cheating's not a good thing to do. But I will say that realistically speaking, these are not like game-ending allegations. allegation. It's more like, okay, well, he was kind of mean to me. I thought he might have been cheating on me, but I didn't really know. And she's mad apparently that he was taking pot shots at her on stream. I don't know if that's true, but it very well could be. You know, sometimes streamers will kind of make offhand comments about their
Don't
personal
make your
lives
drama
and not
public.
Really realize how much
I mean,
of
it's
an effect
entertaining
it
for
can
me,
actually
but
have in the real
it's
world.
bad for-
Or maybe just not realize that
bad
the person
for-
they're talking about may
bad
get
for you.
mad at them
Don't do
and
it.
freak out. But I don't know. I haven't seen those clips, and I can't seem to find them anywhere. Now, there would also be several
Means the drama
follow-up
will
tweets
never
from
go
Pinky
away.
talking about potential victims, and she specifically used the word "we" when talking about them. He is not lying to protect me. He is lying because he doesn't want Sophia to know we were still together. I was told by someone else he told her this same lie. And here you have him saying, you ever just lie to protect someone, but they make it so hard. So clearly she's saying like, oh, he's not lying to protect me. This isn't for my benefit. This is because he doesn't want the truth to be exposed. Ooh. Now that same exact day, Pinky would tweet heavily insinuating that Tectone had forced his wife to sign an NDA about this abuse that allegedly happened, as well as showing pictures of what looks like plane tickets. So here she said, we both know how treated me and your ex-wife. I think she meant you, how you treated me and your ex-wife. We both know how he treated me and your ex. We both know how you treated me and your ex-wife. You had her
I
sign
hate
an
reading
NDA
bad
to be
grammar
quiet
too,
about
Tom.
the abuse, then told me specifically to go over the car clip on stream and lied to me and said it was the day you caught her cheating. But I later found out it was a lie. Just like your many lies. You used me and manipulated me to make you look like the victim, when she was the victim all along. She didn't even know Cruz till a month later. As shown here, this is how he treated both of us. Our friends saw it, my family saw it, and I'm glad I'm out. So she's essentially just accusing him of cheating here, but on top of that, she's also accusing him of abuse, which, to be clear, from what I know, it depends on what it is, but if it's like some kind of misconduct that crosses the legal boundaries, to my knowledge, you can't have someone sign an NDA for that, or if you
It
have them sign
depends.
it, I don't think
Yeah,
it's
they can't sign an
enforceable
NDA for
because,
something
like,
illegal.
A civil contract between two
So,
people
like,
doesn't
if he was
supersede the
physically
law of the
abusing her,
United States
no.
government
If
is set,
it's
so it doesn't really make
cheating,
sense to me. Maybe she's misinformed. Maybe
cheating's
she's
not
outright
exactly
lying.
against
Who
the
really
law.
knows?
I mean,
don't
it'll
know this
null
girl.
and
You
void
don't
a
know this
marriage
girl, so probably
contract,
not
but-
good to get too invested here, but regardless
I
of
don't know.
that,
I
this
don't know if
doesn't
that
look to
makes
be
it so he can't
completely
talk
as
about it or
straightforward as
not.
she's making it.
The
Now,
fact
this was all
that
the way
it
back
would
in September,
null
so
and
this
void
is
a
months
marriage
ago. But now
contract.
that we have this background, it's time to get into the actual current allegations now that we've built the story a little bit. And another thing I want you to keep in mind here, I'm going to make a little bit of a disclaimer here before we go forward with this situation, okay? The important thing to remember is that there's zero actual evidence on either side when it comes to this. Now, that doesn't mean that Pinky is wrong, because she very well could be telling the truth, but it's ultimately up to the accuser to provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt and not
True.
the accused. Unless the accused, like, admits
Innocent
to
until
whatever,
proven
you know, they're being
guilty.
accused of, despite
Not
the
the other way
absence of a
around.
preponderance of evidence. We want to go by the innocent until proven guilty mentality here. Just keep that in mind as we move forward. This case is very much a he said, she said type deal, and in the absence of having anything that I can prove what she
But
said,
believe
I have to
all
ultimately
women's.
assume that what he said may be the case. So on November 20th, Pinky would tweet, why is it when victims try to come forward about sexual abuse, they get silenced by clout chasers and orbiters, and CEOs trying to line their pockets from advertisers? How many women with the same story have to say something until people realize they're protected?
I'm instantly not believing you.
Me how this
Anytime a woman starts bringing in other women talking about something that happened to her, how many times this has to happen to other women? And they start trying to make it like a group thing and try to rally a bunch of girls. That immediately makes me go, okay, it's not really about you. Which makes me think that whatever it is you're accusing this man of didn't happen. You need to like tap into other people's trauma to get them on your side instead of just showing the facts. Instead of just telling what happened. Is it because nothing happened? Yeah, like it's just immediately going to make me question your allegation. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me, but it happened to you. It didn't happen to all women. And what happened to other women didn't also happen to you. Like, you need to keep the focus on you.
streaming industry acts like a mini Hollywood, blacklisting victims so no one will hear them out. No one wants to support them publicly, so victims are afraid to speak up. And millionaires that abuse women just continue to get away with it. Now, this is obviously a very loaded claim.
Yeah, like,
and,
what does this
on
have to do
one
with
hand, you know, a lot of people have made
millionaires?
similar allegations and speculations
Nothing.
about OTK, One True King as an organization, because of what happened with Crazy Slick back in the day. There's a lot of info out there on the internet if you want to look it up, but essentially what happened was there's this girl named Adriana Lee. She was asleep, and some people allege that while she was asleep, a guy named Crazy Slick, who was a member of OTK and one of Ms. Gift's best buddies, had come over and touched her. And essentially, past that point of time, the allegation as far as Crazy Slick was not even the biggest part of it. The biggest allegation was this claim that Ms. Gift and Maya and these other members of OTK had tried
Were
to cover
covering
up
it
the
up.
SA
Yeah.
allegations. And so what Pinky is saying here is kind of alluding to that idea, alluding to that preconceived notion, which is that the streaming world is just like Hollywood with Harvey Weinstein and all those guys, and victims will never actually get their justice. They're being silenced, they're being blacklisted, stuff like that. But in all reality, this was just a prelude prelude to what she would share later that day. And several comments would end up asking what exactly she was referring to because they wanted her to elaborate on this statement, to be like, hey,
clarify.
you're making this very vague statement. Is this about Tectone? Is this about someone else? Is this, you know, what's going on here? Is this about your dad, Gerald? What's going on here? And at 6 p.m., she would actually validate their speculations. How are you supposed to feel if a guy is abusive and makes you cry, then shoves your head on his crotch and demands you suck him off? And his excuse is emotion just turns me on when you cry. The gorilla mode allegations are in full swing. Jeez.
It's weird, but
when you are asking that you don't feel comfortable doing
bold
something
claims.
sexual, and he records you and demands you stop making faces and pretend you like it, or you say you don't want to do it anymore and he shoves your head down till you throw up. Guilt trips you into giving BJs and says, do your job, you don't pay rent. I took you to a water park, so you owe me. And all you can do is sleep upstairs because you know what he's going to keep telling you to do. He doesn't touch you, doesn't have sex with you, just keeps you around as a BJ machine and degrades you. A BJ machine.
I don't even like
Not a
BJs that
you
much.
buy. I know this is probably a
I'm
bad
sure
term for
you
yourself.
can.
Can you buy that? Isn't that like a thing? Like
The
a
Koreans
like a
probably
product?
make it.
I've heard. So I've heard. I wouldn't know anything about it. That's just what I've heard. Don't goon. Makes you feel ugly. Don't wear baggy
I don't even
clothes.
like
Straighten
BJs.
your hair. At least wear eyeliner around the house. Your self-worth totally crushed. I hate that people warned me. I didn't listen because I was
They're
so
the
manipulated.
appetizer,
I
not
hate
the
that I
meal.
was lied to
Like I say, I
when
don't
the
like
girl
them.
who went through worse
Yeah.
is trying to come forward. Me and her are good now, but I should have listened. When you're in it, you feel blind to reason. I see some comments that are worrying, and I just want to let y'all know I am out and have my own place and I'm safe. Don't want to worry anyone. I've been taking it one day at a time since this. Now, while she didn't explicitly name Tectone, it was kind of obvious to people replying who she was referring to because of the prior knowledge that she had a kind of relationship with Tectone and something was going on there. She had defended him in the past, so people were like, all right, well, who else could it really be? I mean, it has to be this one obvious guy. Unless it's someone else, she's just not saying it. So all of the replies would reach out in support of her, and Pinky would end up tweeting about this a few hours later, where she said, I feel so much better. Thank you for the love and support. I hope the next girl sees it and is able to stand up for herself. I think I needed to say my piece so I could move on. I don't care about things blowing up. I just wanted my side to be heard. Now, obviously, at this point, Tectone being a huge streamer, a lot of people are talking about this. There's a lot of people who don't like him because of, you know, some political statements he's made that are kind of vague, but they kind of ascribe a certain belief system to it. There's people who don't like him because he's gotten in certain dramas and they feel he came out on the wrong end of it. So there's a lot of people out there who don't like him in general, who do exist. But then there's also people who do like him and want to defend him. He has a very loyal fan base. I'd say one of the more loyal fan bases on Twitch, especially in the gacha game community. And so with everyone talking about it, Tectone himself felt the need to respond, and he would actually do it on stream and on Twitter.
So if you're confused, you're going to stay confused. Because this shit is not about content for me. Okay? I know the person who needs to hear this is going to hear this. And I mean this genuinely, okay? I did everything for you. I helped you with everything. I fixed everything for you. I was there for you like nobody else was there for you in your whole life. Your words, not mine. The fact that you're letting these people get into your ear. People, the same people who are talking behind my back illegally, by the way. The people, the same people who placed me under an NDA, where I cannot talk about them. I know they're talking to you right now behind the scenes. And they're getting you to believe in bullshit. You're talking to retard after retard, letting them get in your head and make you imagine problems that never happen. And it's insane how these things that have happened in your own mind, you are now coming at me.
Now, this NDA that Tectone mentions makes me think that maybe his ex-wife somehow got into communication with Pinky and they started talking. Again, this is highly speculative. We don't really know what's going on here, but from the information we have previously, I think it's fair to say that may be the case. There's some behind-the-scenes action going on between these people who believe that they were abused, or maybe they don't believe they were abused and they just hate Tectone and want to get at him. Once again,
Really?
we don't
Still
know.
more?
It's hard to really say definitively what's going on here with these people's intentions, especially with the absence of evidence, so it's really tough to say what's going on. I think when you watch the clip, a lot of people took what he said as like, oh, well, he's not denying the abuse, so he must have done it, right? But that's not really what's going on here. If anything, more of what he's saying is like, hey, it really hurts me that this person would say these things when I had done everything for them.
How many?
Obviously, just because he said that doesn't mean he's innocent, but it also doesn't mean that he's guilty, and I think that's the important thing to remember. I just don't like the fact that a lot of people are jumping to conclusions about this when we have no evidence that he's done anything wrong, really. Now, with his response tweet, he went into far more detail, and there he said, as many of you are aware by now, Pinky Shoe, my ex-girlfriend, has accused me of a number of things that I can't let go unaddressed. I've been accused of sexual assault, potentially prostitution,
More?
and severe emotional abuse, among other things. I want to
Oh,
make
we
this
were
clear
just
that
getting warmed
everything
up.
she accuses me of in her statement is a complete lie. Nothing about these accusations is true. They are entirely made up. Out of respect for our previous relationship, I will give Pinky Chew 2 weeks to apologize for these statements and acknowledge that they are false and inaccurate. If this does not happen, I will pursue legal action against Pinky Chew and those who knowingly repeat her lies with a reckless disregard for the truth. I have preserved all text messages, videos, and additional evidence from the time during the relationship and am
Stay
more
on
than
him.
willing to prove my innocence in a court of law. I am more than willing also to comply with any any legal investigation into the truth of what actually happened. I am certain that when all the facts are laid out, my innocence will be unquestionable. As a victim of SA myself, I find it absolutely disgusting that someone would weaponize a lie on this scale. Using false claims of SA and armor as a weapon to achieve some sort of revenge for how a relationship ended does more damage to real victims than almost anything else. It's because of liars like Pinky Chew that weaponize trauma that legitimate victims are questioned and aren't trusted. Because of how serious these accusations are, I will not discuss them in any capacity until I am certain there is no other path forward and I'm forced to pursue legal action to clear my name of these malicious lies. Thank you to all of my community for sticking with me through this. Y'all's support means the world to me. I'm not going anywhere. My content will remain unchanged as I have done nothing wrong and I will never let a baseless lie stop me from doing what I love. So right off the bat, I mean, he is outright denying the allegations here. He's saying I didn't do anything. He's saying the relationship between me and Pinky Chew ended poorly, and as a result, she is trying to use our poor ending of a relationship to claim that she was assaulted, when in reality, nothing actually happened. That's his claim. Now, Twitter's reaction to this was somewhat mixed. Obviously, it's kind of along the lines of what you would expect for someone like Tectone, who has some controversy behind him. People who like him say he's innocent. People who don't like him say he's guilty. That's just the way it goes, right? That's the way that the human brain works, unfortunately. Evidence does not matter. Having anything dead to rights does not matter. It's just, if he is a guy I like, he is not guilty. If he's a guy I don't like, he is guilty. That's literally it. But one of the funniest replies was from Keemstar. He replied to Tectone's tweet saying, I have no idea why all you streamers date these OnlyFans clout demons. You guys always get wrecked in the end one way or another. Classic Keemstar coming in, had a good take. He had a good take. He doesn't always have a good take, but in this situation, I think he had a good take. Now, another guy here from the politics sphere of Twitch would also come out, a guy named Mike from PA. He's known for punching couches in the past. He's also known for making some death threats against other streamers, and he would say, the allegations against Tectone are horrifying. I hope Twitch does something quickly to keep the community safe. So here he's essentially encouraging that Tectone be censored over unproven allegations because of the fact that he doesn't really like him or doesn't like his political takes, basically. I feel like that's not a good way to go about it. I feel like, you know, if the allegations are proven to be true in a court of law and you want to ban him at that point, okay, fair enough. But at this point, there's literally no evidence that he did anything wrong. She said he did something wrong. He said he didn't. So what the truth is up in the air. The only people who really know truly are them. But with no evidence, I have to assume he's innocent at this point. But Mike from PA is just like, all right, he's guilty. Ban him now.
He has the worst
takes.
takes.
Also had beef with Tectone in the past would also tweet making fun of him, basically saying they're glad these allegations are happening. Like this guy, for example, named Kantz, he said, I am shocked by the news that Tectone, a worse version.
To kill a man like Dominus, that's an accomplishment worthy of Calm, my greatest ancestor. Were we in Namakanui,
Namakanui.
an honored warrior.
Wonder how many takes it took for that voice actor to get that one right.
We dwell in a
Namakanui.
and my respect is all the honor I can bestow on you.
Really? So no reward for the big ass boss fight? Bitch.
Still breathing, eh?
Yep, still breathing, baby. Can't keep a good man down. Alright, what do I got here? Minions damage. Do I have minion damage here? Don't. It's got a lot more energy shield though. I'll keep it. I'll try to use it. It's just the energy shield increase from it's too much to ignore. Alright, I need to add sockets. Oh, that's cool. That gives me an extra one. And they're already linked, so it's everything I need right there. Cool. And what's this one? Storm Band? Cast a magical band? Oh, yeah, I'll take that. I'll add that to my list. Cool. And I'll equip that. Bounce. Bow now. Oh wait, I can put one of these up. Let's put this one up. Increased charge recovery, grants immunity to shock if used while shocked. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I can. No. Take those two. Just doing some inventory management here. Okay. What's this one? Grand Life Flask. That's immunity to ignite and removes all burning. 250, 640. Oh yeah.
You looking sharp? What's up?
There we go. Oh, fuck. Lay back down, dog. Ain't nobody messing with you. You know what? I'm gonna sell everything in here. It's because it's free money and I got the scrolls for it. We'll listen to Tom while we do.
Version of Asmongold is a piece of shit. Who could have seen this coming? And his evidence for this is that he said the word retard. Who cares? Who cares? How does this mean anything? How does this mean anything? Because he said the R word. He said the R word. Well, I guess anyone who says retard is just touching women. Apparently that's what this guy believes. He doesn't like the fact that he made a joke tweet that said it's okay to be white. Which, to be clear, I don't think Tectone's doing anything weird there. I think people are making this out like it's some kind of white supremacist dog whistle. But like in current year, it's really not. He's just making a joke. They also don't like that he said he's going to make fun of fat people, as if that matters once again. And the final thing that really was the nail in the coffin for this guy was that he said Kamala Harris better be ready to start up an OnlyFans because her ass ain't going to be the president. That apparently was enough for him to think that there is verified evidence that this guy was potentially essaying someone because he made some tweets. Like, these people basically have no brain.
He's not wrong.
They literally have no brain. It's just guy I don't like must be guilty. Guy I do like can't be guilty. Literally every streamer has said the R word at some point in time. Does that mean they're all touching people? I don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't think so. Now, Tectone's community would respond majorly positively to these allegations. They saw there was no proof, so they were like, let's support him. They got him to a level 20 hype train, which went as far as getting 800 new subs in 10 minutes, which is pretty crazy, all things considered. You know, his community is very loyal. They're financially supporting him, so that's interesting to see. Now, one tweet would get almost 40,000 likes saying, depressing as F that we're at the point now where R-word allegations are helping men's careers. Now, I think to me, the weird thing about this is like, okay, obviously the R-word allegations, they're helping his career a little bit, but if it was proven that he had done that, it would not help his career. He would be blown off the face of the earth. He would be astro shot into space. He would be nuked from orbit, right? Like, that is what would happen. But the thing is here, there's no proof that he did anything. Like, there's no proof. So in the absence of proof, it makes sense that this audience would be supportive of him through a tough time when they believe he's innocent. Now, another familiar face here needs to come in. We saw Mike from PA. Now we get to go to Denims, who's a Hassan orbiter, and she would also talk about Tectone in a very negative light. I can't seem to find the original clip, but it doesn't really matter for this context because Tectone would respond on stream essentially shitting on her, and he made a joke that he only watches her with his pants off because she has an OnlyFans.
Denims talks about you? Dude, I only watch Denims clips offline. Yeah, with my pants off. Yeah, I can't watch those on stream. Yeah, just shouldn't bother.
Now, Denims didn't like this very much, despite the fact she publicly has
well,
an
you
OnlyFans.
do have an
She was being
OnlyFans.
harassed sexually.
Isn't that the point of the OnlyFans?
Interesting
Oh, shut
move
the
to sexually
fuck up.
harass a streamer after trying to disprove your sexual allegations. But we can see what at Twitch support thinks.
He's just
Like,
making
it's
fun
so
of the
funny,
fact
these
that you have an
people just
OnlyFans.
got banned
Which
for
nothing
being
wrong with having an
crazy on
OnlyFans,
Twitch
but
for
you
doing
gotta
a
you gotta
rating
own
panel where
that.
They rated Jews below Arabs on an official TwitchCon
Damn
event.
it.
They all got banned for that.
I want to talk to you.
You have crushed the bug emperor and wiped his maggot dreams from the skin of Rayclast.
I'm gonna exile you naked and alone unto the palm of death, but you did not die, would you? No, no, you cuddled death.
Palm of death.
Uh,
You would not die, would you? No. No. You cuddled death.
Once did you forget what you were? Not a cockroach.
Made it your consort and so generously.
Woman, the sort of woman that planted the seed in this emperor. Okay, blah blah blah.
There will be more.
Get more.
You know that, don't
Yes, I got more emperors to kill. Go north. Iron Gate. Beginning of the end. Dive headlong into the Nightmare Sea. Catch and roast yourself a nice big fish. Okay, I'm done with this.
And they're already coming back. They're already like, all right, time to use the same censorship tools that we just complained about to censor the other side. Like, really? Is that really a good thing to do?
Yep.
I feel like it's probably not. Also, like, is this
Yep,
really...
that's how they
like,
think.
you do have an
No, it's
OnlyFans
not
where you
sexual
publicly
harassment.
post your nude body, so, like, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Like, I'm trying to stay neutral in this entire video because when it comes to allegations, there could be more proof that comes out that shows that Tectone is an asshole. You know, I don't know him. I don't have any personal ties to him, so that could be the case, and if that happens, I'm gonna have to cover it, and, you know, I will. But I'm just gonna straight up say, like, this shit is retarded. Shit talking someone on live stream is not sexual harassment when you have an OnlyFans. Like, shouldn't that be something you're proud of? It's not like you're hiding this. It's not like you're like the most covered up girl of all time. Like, you're literally
Yeah,
proud
I mean,
to
you're
publicly post
literally
pictures of your
leaving
nude body. You
content
can't take
for
a joke
people
in
to
that
goon
vein.
to.
But either way, this isn't even the first time Denims has had some kind of beef with Tectone. They have kind of a history. Most infamously, she laughed at him.
You're
on
just
stream
mad that
talking
it's
about
him
his dad having
that's
PTSD
gooning to you.
because Tectone's dad is a soldier.
My dad's deployed 17 times. My dad has served for over 40 years in the military. All my family has served. And seeing my brothers before the war and after the war, they became different people. My dad also has PTSD, and it's very awful to fucking see. And
So, I mean, you know, she's in that Frogan camp, essentially, because Tectone was reacting to Frogan being nuts and what she said. So this girl, Denims, was like, oh, what? PTSD? Oh. It's so weird to see these streamers act as if they have any place to talk about anyone else's hardships when, like, you are literally a streamer who just steals people's content all day. That's all you do. Denims, for those who don't know, literally for an hour before she starts her stream, she just plays other people's YouTube videos or streams and is just not there. That is what she does. Like, you are literally a content thief. You have the easiest job in the world, and you are shitting on soldiers for having PTSD. I'm not saying every military operation is good, but if you want to criticize the military, criticize the people at the top. Don't criticize the average people who needed a job or went into the military for whatever reason, who then got traumatized as a result of that. So honestly, it's not really a surprise given Denim's prior takes that when she discussed the allegations on stream, she referred to them as objective fact when once again there has been literally zero actual proof shown. Like, she is straight up slandering him.
There's no accusation here. There is only factual proof, factual statements about things we have proof of him doing. It's not an opinionated matter. It's a statement of fact.
Now, a few days after Tectone made his initial statement, he would amend his initial point, and he said that Pinky had 2 weeks to come clean initially, right? But now he's saying she has 24 hours to admit that she made a false allegation before he pursues some kind of legal action against her.
Pink, before I made a post, I said I would give you 2 weeks. You no longer have 2 weeks. You have 24 hours.
So things are really heating up at this point. The allegations are getting more serious. There's threats of legal action. He seems confident in himself. Pinky Chew seems confident in herself. And at this point, things kind of got crazy because Tectone resigned from OTK. He resigned from his organization where he was a part of with Asmongold, Emiru, Mizkif, all these guys. He resigned officially. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of speculation around this. People believed initially that basically he left OTK because they kicked him out and he hadn't actually resigned. It was like, you know, I'm leaving, but secretly he got kicked out. But Tectone explained in his own words that his contract had just expired and he decided not to renew it, which does seem to be the case looking at the dates that he is showing, at least. I mean, that could be the case for sure. But it also could be the case that OTK wasn't desperate to re-sign him because of how these allegations look and how people are talking about them. And obviously, he could be a business risk to them, whether he's guilty or not. There's also another clip floating around from about 2 months ago where Tectone insinuated he was going to be leaving OTK anyway. So this seems like it was actually a long time coming, with the allegations here kind of being part of the straw that broke the camel's back. But I don't think it's as black and white from what I can tell as OTK dropped him because he did something bad. Like, first of all, like I said, there's no proof he did anything bad. Secondly, the timing here does seem to line up with the prior clip.
And the reason why I chose to not renew with OTK is because it gave me a weakness. And I realized I really don't like
Might be too much reserve.
And that weakness is that I don't like how people can go after other people when I do some dumb shit. As a guy who does a lot of dumb shit, I don't like having to worry about other people.
Now, other members of OTK have also reacted to the situation, basically saying if it's true, he should be in jail, but if not, he shouldn't, because they don't want to make definitive statements. Because Asmongold, at least, you know, right now, is being pretty smart. He realizes, like, look, I don't know what happened here. I wasn't there. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but innocent until proven guilty, right? Tectone still has yet to drop this 24-hour bomb thing that he planned, but it could be the case that he's silently pursuing pursuing legal action and not taking it public, which he did say on a stream that he was going to be pursuing some kind of legal action. So ultimately, that's the situation that we're in right now. You know, with any allegations in general, you have kind of the public-facing part of it, which is like, this girl makes a claim, Tectone denies it, they go back and forth a little bit, Tectone threatens legal action. Past that point, we don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, which, at least, if we take Tectone's words with any weight, which, you know, we can't take it with a grain of salt, but with any weight, there does seem to be people behind the scenes moving to destroy Tectone. Now, there could be justification for that we don't know about, but the big point here is we don't know about it, so I don't like to make definitive statements saying that he's fucking guilty when we have literally no evidence of it. And a lot of the arguments from the people like Denims who are saying he is guilty ultimately are only going to hurt actual victims in the future, or if there's real victims here, she's going to hurt them, because it pushes this idea that because you're on a side of the political spectrum, you're guilty, that because you make fun of people on stream, you're guilty, when in reality, things are much more complicated than that. Oftentimes, the nicest, most publicly facing, awesome, positive people, oh my god, I love you guys so much, those people oftentimes are the guys that are the most twisted, and sometimes the people that are the edgiest are the least twisted. But also, this exists on a spectrum, of course. Sometimes, you know, people of one political disposition or people of one belief system can be completely in contradiction to that in their private life, and we just don't know about it. Like, there's just too much speculation here to say that Tectone did it, because there's so much room for error, because we don't know. So if evidence comes out that proves that Tectone actually did something evil, I will cover that, but until that point, I have to assume his innocence ultimately. Anyway, today is Thanksgiving, so I hope that in between watching this video, if you're watching it on Thanksgiving, you guys are eating that turkey. Okay, I know it's a little dry, but just scuff it down. Okay, it's a tradition. Spend some quality time with your family and your friends, and hopefully think about me, because if you're not, that's a problem. And I think more importantly, the thing to remember is that this video of serious misconduct is partially sponsored by the shirt I'm wearing, which is coming out tomorrow, for sale tomorrow. Check it out. You see that swag? Oh yeah, see that? Oh yeah. We also have a crew neck coming. It will be out tomorrow. It will be out on tomorrow's the 29th, so it'll be out tomorrow. You guys can buy it. Hopefully you like it. If you don't buy it, I hate you forever. Bye.
No. Tom's gonna hate me forever. Oh, right, Stormban. I need to put that somewhere. There's Stormban. There we go. Oh, man, I think I got too much mana reserved. Look at that shit. Like, my mana bar is so fucking small right now. Turn it off for now. I'll run into a fight that's too hard, then I'll turn that one back on. Jesus. It's just too much. Too much mana gone. There we go. Get in there. Morning, Elena. Some weapons. We get them, boys. Just doing a straight minion build. I came all the way across this boat for nothing. I was already going the right way. Cool. Get him. God, I love that Reaper. Dun 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 dun. Ooh. Captain Vincent, blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. The bitch is dead now. All right, Highgate.
We opened the gates to you for two reasons only: dominus and piety. They made themselves our enemies. You made them dead. Now, Oyan believes there is a third reason. The beast is our enemy. Perhaps you can make it dead as well.
I will make it
I
dead.
see the look in Piety's eyes. I see the look in your eyes, which it is not as different as I had hoped. No matter. The knife in your hand is better than the spear in the rack.
I'm holding a wand, actually. Just FYI. I'll put all that shit up. Okay.
You are most welcome here, sister. What you did back there in San, it was truly
terrifying. Don't get me wrong. Piety, the rest, they had it coming. But there's no one like that here. These Maraketh, they're good people.
She knows that. Please, sister, ignore Pataris.
What are you guys selling? What are you selling? Probably nothing I want. This one's over 40. Spell damage, chance of shock, fire damage, intelligence, cold damage. I need minion stuff. So again, nothing I want because I need minion stuff.
Seems like the rain's brought out a few worms. Don't
Yep.
think I'm an easy mark, Exile. I've spent more than enough time around exiles to know which way the dagger's pointing, and I'll happily give it a shove in your direction if you try anything wormy. I'm conducting a little dig, the sort of enterprise that could make someone with your particular skill set a very handsome living. Don't worry, you'll not be moving much dirt. No, no. Why smash rocks when you could smash skulls, eh?
Mines. Use the introduction to the mines. Open another game activity. Oh, that bitch is back here. Okay.
The time has come, not a cockroach, to crawl up into the bowels of this nightmare, traverse its innards, and rip out its corrupted heart. Oyun will help us. Go on now. Hobnob with the Maraketh matriarch. Learn what needs to be learned, and quickly. There's a filthy darkness down in that mountain, and it's reeking with impatience to meet you.
Okay, goodbye.
You come to us, a woman like us, and yet nothing like us. While we cloak ourselves in tradition and war, you cloak yourself in thaumaturgy and fear. And
Yeah, you know.
This is why you will kill the beast within the mountain. Lady Diala has told me this. She has much faith in you, Witch. The question is, can we Maraketh share in her faith?
Only if I can borrow your tiger.
Sekema Deshret sealed the mines, trapped the nightmare within its black den. The beast should never have been imprisoned. The beast should have been destroyed, yet for all her ferocity, it seemed that Deshret lacked the courage to do so. And now, after 2 centuries guarding this hole in the ground, this Akara lacks the strength. But you are not Deshret, and you are not one of us. You will succeed where we have failed. Deshret's banner will break the seal and open the mines. It was taken from her when she fell to Vol, the brittle emperor. Take the stairs to the southwest. Descend to the dried lake. You shall have no trouble finding the brittle emperor. You'll smell him before you see him.
Does he not use Old Spice?
Bring Deshret's banner home,
He should use Old Spice.
and you will be free to pass into the darkness as...
Yep, thank you. Yeah, he should use Old Spice. Okay, can't go that way yet. I mean, I'm not sponsored, but you know, if Old Spice wants to sponsor me, I wouldn't say no.
I am Tasuni, he who peers into the gloom.
Hello, Tasuni.
Who hears the black hearts that thunder within the mountain deep. If you seek enlightenment, find a torch. If you seek to understand the nightmare, I can help feel your way through the darkness. I stare into the eyes of madness, Witch. I see a hunger for power the
Yep.
nightmare would most generously satiate, should you choose to ask it.
Okay, so he trades the cards. Got it. Yep, I gotta go get the thing. Southwest entrance. Got it. Looks like a good place to stop, though. I need to lay down. I need to take a nap. Do I got any passive skill points? I got one passive skill point we can spend. See, I'm going here. I'm gonna go over to here. I grab those down there. And I come up here. For the minion stuff. Which side do I want to go up to on? This one? Minion life. Minion damage. We'll get both. And we get that one. Okay. And then it's onward to more minion stuff. Spell damage. No, I need minion stuff. Energy shield recovery. Oh, then I gotta come down here. More minion stuff. All bonuses from an equipped shield apply to your minions instead of you. Don't know if I want that one or not. Oh, then I can come over here for more minion stuff. Yeah, to these two. Okay. The web I weave. Massive passive skill tree. Okay. Whatever. We're good right there. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, witches of all ages. I'm gonna take a nap before I do my big long day stream later today. So catch a quick nap. Probably post a YouTube video and then we'll stream some more. Try to make our way through Path of Exile 1 before the launch of Path of Exile 2 next week. So trying to get through the story here. Kind of speed running it, kind of learning the mechanics at the same time. But either way, we are going to call it quits right there for now. Sub to the YouTube. Stuff's above my head here. Pretty much Death Witch on everything. Sub to the YouTube to get your Death Witch on demand. I'll probably be posting a new video later today. And hopefully every day for the rest of this week. Assuming I can get enough edited in time. I don't know. Like I want to spend time editing videos, but also want to stream as much as I can this weekend while I don't have any kids, and I can kind of take advantage of the time off. You know, time off work and everything. So try to make the most of it. We'll see how it goes. I haven't decided which one I want to do yet. For now, you guys enjoy this exit music made by AI, and I'll see you guys later today. Be sure to follow to find out when I'm live. You know, follow the Twitter, follow the socials, all that good stuff. See you guys in a few hours. Have a good one, everybody.
Lost in the digital buzz. Sexy moves with the gameplay through the night air. Screens light up with desire. Fans trapped in this snare. Sweat drips from the brow, excitement off the scale, man. Virtual games, the place we fall hard and fast. Chats explode in frenzy, craving the next move. In Death Witch we trust joystick, master of the groove. Joystick fever drive us mad, wow. Streaming seduction, fever gets tactile. Death Witch the king, leading us astray. Joystick fever, night melts away. Give a scream, ignited passion rises steep. In game world fantasies we plunge deep. Eyes glued to the screen, can't break free. Death Witch seduction, with joystick destiny. Pixels burning slow, seductive flare. Lost in the madness, no need for prayer. Together we ride in this electric storm. Joystick fever, our hearts reborn. Joystick fever, drive us mad wild. Streaming seduction, fear gets tactile. Death makes the king, leading us astray. Joystick fever, night melts away.